All right, chat. Time to save and quit and stop. Oh my god, we played 8 hours of fucking Silk Song today. Oh my gosh. Oh, 8 hours. We putting some hours into Silk Song, bro. You said we not even halfway done. Don't say that. Y'all lying, bro. Give me a sec. Y'all lying. Now play Nikkei. This guy got jokes. Heck no, bro. Yo, I cannot believe this, bro. Y'all telling me I'm not halfway done yet. Y'all capping. There's no way. Look, we got one credit roll in Hollow Knight. Y'all telling me now that there's still more? You got chunks left? You said chunks? Look at the screenshots that I took of this game, bro. I took this one when I opened this door. I took this one.
With if your kid ever did this.
Yo, Oddity, thank you for the 100 bits. I'll check that out right now. Look at these screenshots. Look at this shit, bro. This fight was fun. Oh, fuck that fight. I took a picture when he helped me. Oh, I took a picture when I entered Act 2. Oh, never mind. Go, Joshua! Hey! Okay, man. Give me a sec. Oh my gosh, bro. Nah, man, but for sure, I'm not gonna lie, bro. As angry as I get with Silk Song being $20 is ludicrous. With the amount of content that there is in this game and how beautiful this game is, it's ridiculous that this game is $20. You said, nah, more Silk Song, I need it. Masochist Tro. Looks like they doing DLC. Bro, the DLC gonna be a gauntlet, isn't it? I feel like if they do DLC, it's gonna be a gauntlet, and it's gonna be a bunch of those green flying motherfuckers in there. God Home, probably? Please, no. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, chat. Off camera. Oh, and don't get me started on the game that I bought because I saw it on sale on Steam. I already know Fabrinsky about to be mad at me. Fabrinsky gonna be like, you buying more games and you ain't finishing no games! Together we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Push me on through until the battle's won. You said get out? Hold on, bro. Let me get the Steam stuff up. All right, put on just chatting, chat. Put on just chatting. You said, please, big bro, stream the game with the Sonic game. Oh, you probably want me to stream the Sonic, the Shadow portion of it. I'm gonna do the regular story mode first, and then I'm gonna do the Shadow shit. You say, yes, sir, daily dose. You say he be playing all these cool games off stream. You don't think Silk Song is cool? Oh, nah. You sent me this 4 minutes ago, too, for Brinsky. Team Cherry confirms that they're working on DLC for Hollow Knight Silk Song. We'll start talking about it more soon, but maybe we won't mention a time frame right now. The cadence will be more frequent coming up. Hey, bro. Whatever happens, I still got a lot of shit to explore in the game anyway. All right, now that we chillin', let's get in a comfy mood. Give me a second, I gotta whiz. I don't know why. Oh, oh my god, this fucking sleepy ass music. What the fuck? Wake y'all ass up. Okay, let me see. Refresh. Oh my gosh. Chat, peep the bits real quick. Oh, yeah. Why is Twitch hitting me with so much tutorials right now? I got mad. It's like, I got mad. What the fuck is all this? Combos. I think I have combos on the channel. It's like now I'm looking through my shit and they're hitting me with mad shit. They're like, yo, you got all this. You got new stuff. You got new this, new that. Alerts. New monetization. They saying you slacking. Kinda. That's what it's looking like. I hate it when I hear that noise. I know. Okay. They saying you slacking. They saying, hey, bro, start it up. Schedule restart. Bro, I hate it when Windows clearly sees I'm using my PC. And then they have the audacity to be like, bitch, you want to update right now? I think right now seems like a good time for you to update. And then they take you whatever the fuck you're out of doing, and then they just force update your ass. You said never leave the auto updates on. I don't know why. I feel like I have that off, and then they still manage to be like, fuck you. They still be like, fuck you. Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling. Close. All right. Wonderful world of YouTubes. Let me know if the audio sounds good, chat. The most painful cartel deaths ever? Oh my God. We're starting like this? Oh my God. The most painful cartel deaths ever?
Peanut butter.
Oh, and it's 10 minutes long. You the man. I appreciate you. You the man. You see, this ain't no long drawn out documentary. No 50 minutes. No 5 hours, 33 seconds, bro. 10 minutes. Let's go.
On a calm, breezy morning in Mexico City,
Afro
the day's
knows
peace
ball.
would be interrupted by the disturbed screams of a man tied to a pole. But you're probably wondering how he got here in the first place. Earlier that month, he had been accused of committing an unthinkable crime to a local woman in the city. Word of his actions spread quickly, angering friends, families, and other locals until a notorious Mexican gang caught wind of the story.
Uh-oh.
For them, justice would not wait for courts and police. They tracked the man down, ripped him out from his house, and dragged him out into the open. They grabbed his hands and bound him tightly so that escape...
Damn. You guys could hear everything properly? Is the audio good? You say Afro's the GOAT, no contest? All right, everything sounds good, just making sure.
It was impossible. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the gang pulled out a tub of peanut butter and began to slather it on his... The man
nuts?
became confused, because while covering somebody in peanut butter is a pretty strange punishment, it's not necessarily painful. However, his confusion would quickly fall into dread when the men brought out 2 huge pit bulls. He immediately realized what
They
they were
gonna
trying to
lick
do
his
and began
nuts
pleading
and
for
bite
mercy.
his shit.
However, his cries were drowned out by the growls of the snarling dogs. When the animals were unleashed, panic surged through the alleged criminal as he screamed for help. The punishment unfolded brutally. It was a slow spectacle of pain and humiliation. And sadly, his screams fell on deaf ears as locals pretended like nothing was happening.
Damn.
By the time the dogs were pulled back, the man was left broken in a way that couldn't be fixed.
Oh my
The point
God.
was made clear. The gang had delivered their brand of justice and sent an unforgettable
The
message.
worst thing about this chat is that they don't just off you. They do something that makes you suffer slowly and painfully while you're consciously alive through the whole thing. Because at that point, I would have been like, yo, just... bro, just point the barrel at me, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but then for you to go through this slow, painful shit is just crazy.
That'll live
That
on
shit
in
is
the
painful,
heart of
bro.
Mexico City for years. Vile acts against the vulnerable in this city will not be tolerated. 49. On May 12th, 2012, a man in Cadereyta, Jimenez decided to step out of his home for a quick beverage. The evening was warm and calm. It was the kind of night where nothing out of the ordinary was really expected.
Okay.
As the man walked along the highway, the dim lights cast long shadows across the road. Out of nowhere, the man would stumble across what sort of looked like a strange log just lying to the left of the pavement.
What?
He barely paid it any mind, stepping past it. Moments later, he saw another one, then another, with each log carrying a foul, nauseating stench that clung to the air. The smell was strong enough to stop the man from walking any further. Confused, he decided to inspect the objects.
Oh no.
He crouched closer, squinting at the twisted shapes in the dark. What at first looked like a bunch of discarded stick bundles on the highway slowly revealed themselves as something far more horrifying than expected. The man recoiled in terror. They weren't logs. They were human bodies. 49 bodies.
49
scattered across
bodies
the road.
just
They were
scattered?
men and women, stripped of their dignity. Each of them were missing their heads, hands, and feet.
What?
Was so precise and brutal that it was nearly impossible to tell who they once were. Some of the people were stuffed into plastic bags, and others dumped carelessly onto the roadside.
Oh my
The man's breath
god.
quickened as his mind struggled to process the scale of what he was seeing. A sense of dread swept over him as he realized he had stumbled upon a... In that moment, the silence of the night felt oppressive. The road transformed into a grotesque stage of terror. Later, authorities would confirm what many feared. This was the work of Los Zetas, one of Mexico's most violent cartels. The bodies were left as a chilling message in an ongoing war for control of smuggling routes into the United States. By dawn, the site was swarmed with police and soldiers with their flashlights cutting through the dark as they documented the carnage. Officials were able to arrest the perpetrator of the tragedy, Daniel Jesus Elizondo Ramirez, more formally known as El Loco. This is just one
El
of many
Loco!
atrocities that happen in Mexico because of wars like these. And if there's one thing that's true about these conflicts, it's that the innocents will always be the ones who have to pay. May their souls rest in
Yeah,
peace.
that's terrible, bro.
The Ghost Rider incident. The
Ghost
CJNG
Rider?
is one of the most powerful and dangerous cartels in Mexican history. The United Cartels is a coalition that was formed in opposition to their control. And on a sweltering afternoon deep in cartel territory, a notorious man known as the Ghost Rider, in allegiance with the United Cartels, would find himself in the grip of one of Mexico's most feared criminal organizations. You see, Ghost Rider got his peculiar name from his horrific reputation. He was known for setting his victims ablaze and leaving them out in the open to be discovered.
What?
Now that he was captured and surrounded by the CJNG, his fate became sealed long before cameras even started rolling. This cartel was not content with simply eliminating a rival. They wanted to carve a message into the eyes of each and every one of their enemies.
Bro, everything is an art project. Low key. It's kind of like they won't just off somebody. They got to do something so artistic in a sense where it's like they sending this message to everyone being like, yo, you see this fucked up type of shit we can do? Don't you ever cross us type shit. You said, no way, Chillstream is real. I told you Chillstream was real, bro.
And in their eyes,
I told you
Ghost
the
Rider's
Chillstream was
nickname
real.
provided the perfect stage for humiliation. The camera steadied on him as members of the cartel mocked the moniker he had carried. And then with a calm and chilling demeanor, they doused his face in accelerant and struck a flame.
Oh my
What
god.
followed was a spectacle designed not just to eliminate, but to terrify. The man's face ignited in an instant. Flames began dancing across his skin, consuming the man's head until it became unrecognizable. Bound and helpless, his muffled cries pierced the silence as the cartel stood by, watching. The man could no longer see, and his head now resembled nothing but a skull.
Oh
But
my
horrifically
god.
enough, he was still screaming. This terrible sight, paired with his nickname that once gave him power in the criminal underworld, had been twisted into a cruel, barbaric joke. The man had literally become the Ghost Rider, just in a very wicked sense.
Oh.
The video of the savagery spread across the dark corners of the internet, where CJNG often showcased their brutality. And for those who stumbled upon the footage, the sight was unforgettable.
Hell no,
The
I
man
never
was
want to see some
transformed
shit
into a
like
symbol
that.
of suffering and humiliation.
Bruh.
And that symbol.
And
would
I know shit like
unfortunately-
that. There's so many fucked up shit, like videos floating around. I think on what Live Leak. Never in my soul would I head back to that website to even just be curious, bro. Once I did that shit in high school, and I was like, never again, bro. They got like the most fucked up shit there that will just like mentally scar you forever, bro.
outlast his legacy. The Bowl incident.
The
Panic
ball
surged
incident.
through the city as word spread of the
Hell
grisly
nah, bro, that
discovery
shit is
made
just
inside
scary.
of the bag. In Los Mochis, police chased down reports of red-stained sacks dumped all over the town. Each one revealed another part of a human body, like some sort of
You said
sick,
Lively
twisted
gone?
treasure hunt. Inside
website
one
actually
bag was
gone?
a torso. In another bag were severed limbs. But the true horror that shocked the city came from a janitor cleaning the front of a city hall. While doing his job, he stumbled across a sports bag, but when he went to pick it up, a soccer ball bounced out of it. As it rolled over, the ball revealed that it was stitched with human skin. The man's face
Ooh.
was pulled tight over the leather with its lips sewn shut, and a note beside it read, "Happy New Year, because this will be your last." In early January
What?
2010, a 36-year-old man named Hugo Hernandez had mistakenly crossed into Sinaloa cartel territory while they were in the midst of one of the bloodiest cartel wars in history against the Juarez. They immediately abducted the man, tied him to a chair, brought out a chainsaw, and well, the rest was history. This is just one of
What?
the hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties in this non-stop war. The violence is so bad that reporters and journalists stopped reporting on it because they too were brutally
What?
because they
This was in 2010? You said, how do you accidentally stumble onto that? How? It said, cartel stitches victim's face onto the soccer ball. A new level of brutality in the country's what? Happy New Year's because this will be your last? And they said NBC News stopped reporting on it because they got killed too? That's
too were
crazy.
brutally
Someone who stumbled on it one way or another.
The cameras begin rolling, and then the footage.
Oh, this
adjusts.
one is a viewer
The
beware.
scene is set on
The whole time this bro had this meter here, and I'm like, damn, I wonder if this meter gonna go crazy. He got a viewers beware setting on that shit, bro. Yo, anybody in the chat, viewers beware.
a man bound with his hands and legs tied by extension cords. As the camera focuses more, it becomes clear that the man is most certainly not alive.
Oh my god.
His face is missing, and so are his hands and eyes. However, in sheer impossibility, the man begins moving violently. The camera slightly pans over to the side, and there it becomes apparent that these cartel members hooked the man up to a substance to pump his adrenaline and keep him wide awake and aware. Because of this, it is impossible for the man to pass out. And that's when it starts. The cartel members pull out a knife and stick a metal pole in the man's mouth in an effort to silence him. What happens next is simply
What?
just too horrific to mention on YouTube, so out of respect for this man's life and to protect your mental security, I'll skip over it.
Thank
All
you.
you need to know is that they began playing a game with the man's throat while pumping him with substances to keep him alive. The best thing I can compare this to is if you were to undergo surgery and one of the operating doctors forgot to give you anesthesia, which, by the way, is just a medical treatment that typically makes you unconscious and unaware during painful surgeries. Normally in a case like this, you'd shoot up in extreme pain, but since you're restrained, the agony would just cause you to pass out on the operating table. Now imagine if the doctors were also injecting you with some type of liquid that prevented you from
Yeah,
passing
that
out
prevented
and
you
kept
from
wide
making you
awake.
pass out. So,
Watch
you,
what they
so
were
you're
doing
just
to your
feeling
body
everything
in
the whole
complete horror.
time.
That's pretty much what happened, and after the men were done, the video would finally end. But shortly afterward, another video in the same room would surface.
What?
In it, you can see the same men playing soccer with the victim's head, kicking it back and forth to each other in efforts to catch it.
Oh my
What makes
gosh.
this incident as horrific as it is isn't the sheer brutality of their actions. When the men were carrying out this atrocity, it's heavily noted that they would be talking to each other, calm and casually, as if it were another Tuesday morning at their shift. All the meanwhile, a popular 80s hit would play in the background, striking a mind-boggling contrast between their gruesome acts and the fun and enjoyable disco song. The song is called Funky Town by Lips Incorporated, and chances are you've probably already heard this song countless times when you
What?
were young. When I was a child, this was a song they played for me at Chuck E. Cheese and at school festivals.
That's insane, bro.
And now, my memories of this fun and stupid disco song are tainted by the actions of the wicked. The warmth, security, and luxuries we have today were not built on the morals of the evil.
You said,
They're
how do you
built by
sleep
those
at
who
night
dare
after
to be
doing it? I don't know,
inspirational
man.
Instead of evil.
People
They're
that
built by those who
I feel like
sacrifice
no
themselves.
cap, people that are already murderers and shit like that, and if they do it frequently, it's just like a flip of a switch just went off in their head, and it I don't know, bruh. They'll probably sleep at night like babies and shit, and they'll do that shit all over again. They just evil motherfuckers.
themselves to protect their country.
Man, that
They're
shit's
built
spooky.
by good men and women who figured out that love is stronger than wickedness. Be a good person to the world.
Oh my
your
God, is
neighbors,
that Lenny
and
face?
Most importantly, to yourself. And as usual, don't search any of these videos up.
Oh hell
Be
no!
safe
You
and
don't
have a
gotta
happy
tell
day,
me.
lads.
You don't gotta tell me. You don't have to. That's a cute dog. You don't have to tell me. I was not going to search that shit up at all. Hell no. Like I said, bro. You say those kinds of people are not mentally there? I don't know, man. I don't know. Team Cherry confirms that they're working on DLC. Yes. Fuck Fortnite, boys. Yo, I'm not even gonna lie. Yesterday, chat, I was watching this whole stream with Hamlins. When I saw Hamlins come back, I was so excited, bro. He said, "Fuck Fortnite, boys. You think I'm gonna go on Fortnite so Peter Bot can call me the damn N-word and kill me?" I think I seen this shit.
Bro thought I was playing Fortnite. Hey, brother, I hate to break it to you. We're keeping that shit back in 2018. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that shit, boys. Fuck Fortnite, boys. Keep that shit back in.
Bro, nah, look. Fortnite is hard. I mean, even in no builds, it's a bit easier. But on, like, builds, hell no.
Hey, you think I'm about to go on Fortnite so Peter Bot can call me a damn N-word and fucking kill me? Fuck that shit, boys. Fuck that. Fucking Peter Bot. I'm pushing up on one shot. He's dead. Dumbass. Stay back in 2018, huh? I'm like, fuck that, bro.
He said, I'm pushing with the
Peter
nose.
Bot's gonna fuck my ass up. Bro. I went back and I watched some of my old stream chat, and I realized, holy shit, I was fucking dog shit.
Bro, it'd be like that, bro. It'd be like that. Like, you would look at your past gameplay and you'd be like, yo, I'm ass compared to everything that's crazy right now and shit. You say I could watch violence in movies, but in real life, hell no. It's like, because it's also you just know in the movies it's fake, bro. But then when you really, like, watching some fucked up shit like that, like on the internet, you're going to be like, hell no, I seen this. He said after Hamlin's linked up with Myth, he told him that he's planning on getting Daquan back so they could team up like the old days. Hell yeah, bro. This shit is nostalgic. Seeing the old squad together, that should be dope. My favorite game in the series, I never got to play this Final Fantasy, and I feel like it's free. But I feel like, bro, I can't keep playing RPGs. Like, I'm never going to finish them shits, bro. They mad long. How long is this game, chat? How long is this game? You said, but it's good. It's long. You see a lot of people be like, this game is long. 30, 40 hours. Okay, 30, 40 hours is not bad because I put 30, 40 hours into Silk Song, bro. 30, 40 hours is not that long. You need to watch a movie to know the context before. Really? You need to watch a movie before playing this game? It's amazing but long. Man. Main story alone is around 50 hours. Fuck. And you know me, I like to do side quests. Even though I get angry that I have to do side quests, I kind of like doing the side quests. What's this? Nikke. Oh, I like that. It took me a while to realize. I'm like, Lily-wise, she's the queen. It's a Final Fantasy game, so you know it's going to be long. But the entirety of 7 Remake is way longer than 15. I mean, the entirety of 7 Remake? Just you talking about just part 1. If you're doing side quests, you're going to be on that shit for 70 plus hours. 50 retro hours. Shit. This is so real. Turn them off. Is that a high beam car? That shit look like a... I'm telling you, bro. Is that a high beam car? Look like you about to get solar flared right now.
Yes. Flash your bright side.
Damn, that shit bright as fuck. I can't see.
God damn. Imbecile.
Nah, that shit was bright as fuck.
Blinding.
Nah, man. The worst is when they're behind you and the rear view mirror blasts your face and you're just like, oh, you trying to drive straight and shit. Man, rear view mirrors get blasted. Nintendo says Metro Prime 4 starts a new story. I ain't gonna lie, chat. I hate Nintendo, but I hope Metro Prime 4 does well. I hate Nintendo, though. Even though I got Mario in the background right there sitting. But, you know what I'm saying? You said not worth. It won't. You think it's going to do bad? You said that game is going to be ass, unfortunately? Come on, man. No marketing at all? I'm praying the game does well. Kirby Air Ride is the only game I'm jealous about. Yo, I'm like, no cap, bro. I wish I could play Kirby Air Ride. People got reviews for the start. He said the game has a quippy character. Hates Nintendo but wants the game to do well. Man, pick a lane. Bro, I gotta pick both. I hate the way Nintendo moves right now, but I love their IPs, bro. Even Nintendo has no faith in Samus. Get a Switch. I already got a Switch. Yo, you know what's funny, chat? I found my Switch recently. It was in one of my backpacks. Like when I digged in it and I found it, I was like, wow, here's this fucking Switch. Bro. It feels like Nintendo is like, damn, here's Metroid Prime 4. Found? How the fuck you lost it? I got a few backpacks, right? I threw it in one of my backpacks and then I forgot about it. And then for like a good couple weeks, I was like, where the hell's that Switch? But then I found it. You said evolution of the handheld console screen. Yo, Game Boy Advance, bro. Word of my mother. That shit was fire. I don't care, man. Playing that Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. That shit was fire. I don't care. I love that screen. Yo, no cap, though. I think about it as a child, though. Like, if the Game Boy Advance released when we were kids and the screen was backlit at the time, like if they had the technology to have backlit screens, bro, Game Boy Advance would have been stupid, bro. Cause the SP, that's why the SP is goated. Cause the SP got that little form factor flip, and they got the LCD screen. You said I took the Game Boy Advance SP everywhere with me. Yo, I'm not even gonna lie. Now that y'all talking about SPs again, bro, I wanted to buy a custom, like a modded SP, but I know that shit's bread though, so that's why I don't buy it. But I would love to buy one of them shits like from Etsy, some custom made shit. SPs are tough. Yo, then a PSP, same thing, bro. PSP 2005, bro, that shit was ahead of its time. You said Gen Alpha had their iPads, the SP was mine's. Man, Klaus says, what size are you, chat? Klaus, what the hell you talk about? Oh, you're talking about, nah, don't be nasty, Klaus. Don't be, yo, chat, you gonna be that one person in the chat, hey, man, I'm a Switch Lite. Be like, hey, pause, bro, pause. He said Gen Alpha had this thing. He says, I still have my blue SP in my drawer. Bro, hold on to those things, bro. Those old-ass consoles, bro, and they still work like today. Yo, Shadow Wolf with the 5 heart biddies, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Dude, PSP was tough. Thank you for the 5 biddies, Shadow Wolf, Azor. Thank you, bro, for the combos. GBA, like I said, tough. PSP tough. PS Vita, that OLED screen, clean, but then they went to LCD and then it had better battery life, but I still like the OLED. Tough. Damn, Shadow Wolf, Oddity with the 5. Oddity, Shadow with the 5 with the combos. He said, my ears. GBA games are so damn expensive, though, especially Pokemon. Bro, I think I have, like me and my sisters combined, we have all the Pokemon. What I want to do, you know what I wish I can do? I wish I could buy an analog pocket, and then with the analog pocket, I can extract my save data from my SP games and put them on a separate folder. I think you could do that with an analog pocket. Like from the cartridge, you could take out the save data. I wish I could take out the save data from some of my copies of my games and then start a new game file on them again and not feel guilty like, damn, I deleted my save file. You know what I'm saying? You said Hackermans? You could do that shit with a Hackerman? What is that? Back when GameStop had that online retro store. Got Emerald for $30, legit copy? Bro. That's the worst part about the internet, too. There's too much counterfeit copies. Like, back in the day, I thought people were selling legit copies, and then everybody started telling me, oh, you could just duplicate them. You say, if you just want to extract the game for the Game Boy Operator, $50, and you can still use it to play the cartridge on PC. Oh, I got to look into that then. Because I want to do that shit with some of my games. Major labels have reportedly been pushing Spotify, Apple Music, and other streaming platforms to raise subscription prices, arguing that they've lagged inflation and remain cheap compared to video services like Netflix. Bro, Spotify, they want us to raise for the music? Bro, I have Spotify still. They better not do that shit. Let me see. Epilogue. You said they really want us to go pirate, huh? That's what I'm saying. It's like at this point, be happy that I'm still giving y'all my money. But then it's like all I gotta do is cop a VPN and then I'ma be sailing the 7 seas, bro, watching everything for the free ski. You said they don't understand that we have options? No one talking about Spotify Wrapped. Oh, yo, I didn't even get to see my Spotify Wrapped. Let me see this though. Sora, give me 1 sec. You said the epilogue. Oh, yes. Like cartridge slots for your computer, bro. Superstar Saga, bro. Yo, yes. Okay, thank you for showing me this. I'm actually gonna star this. I'm gonna look into that. No cap. I need that shit. I need that shit. You said for a while when I didn't have a job, I used an ad blocker to use Spotify on desktop, and it worked good. Hook me up. Hook me up. You said shit way too clean. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I've been wanting one of these so bad. But from what I heard, can you change out the battery? You could change out all the parts, but can you change out the battery? You said I have the white one? I haven't tried it, but I believe so. You could change out the battery? Okay, whoever has this, how's the battery life on it? I might think about getting it if it's on a good price. Maybe. Not guaranteeing, but I did see a bunch of the other controllers go for like 40 for like $55. He finally getting a controller? No, bro. I keep my shit plugged in so because the cable is long. I'm not gonna lie, I'm also the same, bro. I be keeping my shit plugged in now because I just don't want my shit to die. No, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm talking about the other controller, not these two that are here. These two that are here, these shits get baked. Maybe like 8 hours. That's not too bad. I tried drawing it. That's tough. It's digital. If you think it's AI, be my guest. Bro, this is tough. This is digital? Wait, how do you do this? This is tough.
Go 7 months.
Bro, this is tough. Yo, thank you. Thank you, Dylanite, with the resub, man. I appreciate you, baby. Digital water painting? I mean, look, I'm thinking, did he actually paint it and then he scanned it? Or did he do this like on a tablet? Because I don't know how the fuck can a tablet imitate water strokes. This shit looked like it was painted on a canvas and then scanned. He said, so this is possible? This shit looks good, bro. This is tough. I would want this hanged. That's a retweet. They have different brushes for it. It could be a scan. I'm thinking it's a scan. It looks good. The PlayStation Vita released in 2012. It features a vibrant 5-inch OLED screen, man. That OLED screen is something. I love that screen. Man, it sold around 15 million units. Oh, man. First look at the inside box art. Metro Prime 4. Damn, bro. Y'all spoiling the cartridge. Damn, y'all spoiled the box art. I think that, yeah, it says, does it come with a reversible cover? Yes, this is. I mean, this is technically the reversible cover if you want to change it. It says the only time you're going to see it anyway. True. You're right. You're right.
We need to maintain the Kanto agenda. Everyone, say it with me. Bumto is a bottom 2 region. When I say
Bumto? What the fuck is a bumto?
Kanto, you say
Bumto.
when you see people in the comments talking about Kanto, you need to reply with, don't you mean
Bumto?
If they say Kalos has no memorable Pokemon, then you need to reply that 151, half of them can be drawn from memory. When someone's talking about how Kanto's top 3,
Bumto? He talking to me. What the fuck? He talking to me. I'm a Gen 1er Kanto. He hating on. Wait, what the fuck?
you just need to reply with how Bumto is just nostalgia. People talking about Kanto being a top 3 region, but if it came out today, it would be a bottom 2 region. When they
Bro, that argument is ass because we started it, bro. How you gonna say, oh, if Gen... like, that's such a dumb ass... No, that's dumb as fuck to say. How you gonna say, oh, if Gen 1 came out today? Oh, no shit, if Gen 1 came out today after the 700 plus Pokemon that there are, no shit you gonna say this shit ass. But this is the gen that started it. It's kind of like Gangnam Style could walk, so BTS and these other K-pop groups could run, bro. They're the OGs. You said finish the video?
bring up other generations being just normal animals like Flamigo, Blitzle, any of the others, you bring up Seal, you bring up Dugong, you bring up Raticate, you bring up how most of their Pokemon are just purple blobs with scary faces. When they mention Koraidon, Miraidon being for new gens, you bring up how Mewtwo has a BBL. Everyone say it with me.
Don't you dare disrespect Mewtwo on my soul.
Johto is a bottom 2 region.
And no, Johto is better than Kanto.
Johto's better than Kanto?
I'd hate on Kanto, but my girl Sabrina in Saffron City.
I'd hate on Kanto, but my girl Sabrina in Saffron City. I like Saffron City. I hate that in Saffron City I had to go to the fucking the Sylph Scope. I hated that shit. He said, for sure I start a game, it finishes I finish it unless it's complete ass, and then I make sure to finish it within the month unless it takes me over 100 hours. New game, me, unfinished game. That's me. That's me, chat. Nikki dropped the Blanc skin animation. Oh my stars. Oh my heavens. Oh my damn. Costume introduction. Fortune Express, off we go. I'm Blanc, your attendant for the day. It's my pleasure to serve you.
I'm Blanc, your attendant for the day. It's my pleasure to serve you.
Ooh, she did that little shake with her hips. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Akuro, I will not be buying. I will not be buying! Bro.
Blanc, your attendant for the day.
Ooh,
it's my pleasure to serve you.
Nah, hold on, bro. This shit's stupid as fuck, though, but she got mad hair. Look at all this hair.
I'm Blanc, your attendant for the day.
Nah, she looks good, and she got the peace sign with the train coming in the background. Hold on, I'm paying more attention to this shit. She's in the train station.
I'm Blanc, your attendant for the
cute-ass peace sign with the twinkle, cute double piece.
The day.
She look cute as fuck! I want this! Bro, she look cute as fuck! You said Noir, though? Victim? Folded in 30 seconds? Ooh. And there's Noir. Nami Swa. Yo, it looks good though. The crash out that breaks everything.
Yo, this lobby is sweaty, bro.
Who you telling? Hey, these healers are really doing their job, because without them,
I haven't logged in 5 days. Shut up.
50.
I'm logging in right now. I'm logging in right now.
Oh
my gosh, bro, where is the team at, man? I'm on the point by myself. Where y'all at? It's about to make you put me off.
Damn it! Y'all niggas are so fucking useless, man.
Great. Now I broke my controller. I broke my controller, man. That's
oh my god.
Bro, you really broke your controller?
Yeah, I did. So what? So what? All right, I'm switching to my keyboard now, man.
Damn.
Yo, come on, man. You ain't have to do that. We just having fun at the end of the day, man.
And aren't you on PC? Why you not using your keyboard?
I got sticky keys, so the inputs are registered right, but it's cool.
It's cool, I'm here.
Hey, hold so, because I need you to pop it out right now. They're on the middle. Pop it.
Pop it, pop it.
Bro, I'm trying, but the keys are stuck like I told you. It's not letting me do it.
It's not letting me do it.
Hella got me. GG's. Oh, my
Yeah,
gosh,
hey, no cap, that all would have won us the round.
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. That would have been so clutch. But that's all right, bro. We get a next game. We get a
Oh, he broke the keyboard. Oh, no.
I ain't gonna lie, he's going crazy right now.
Yo,
you good?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Everything good. Come on, man. Let's win this game.
With
That's all
what?
that matters.
You got a keyboard or a
Wait,
controller?
how are you playing right now? Because it sounds like you broke your keyboard.
Oh, I'm playing with my Roku TV remote.
Hell no. You know he plays Smash Bros.
I'm sorry. I must have misheard you. Did you say you connected your Roku TV remote?
Yeah, I found a way to connect it to the PC, so we all good. Hey, but don't worry about that, big bro. Help me get this dub.
Okay. Hey, be careful, cause I think Strange and Wanda got an ult, so they might pop.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Judge!
Bro, why are they only targeting him? Yo! They stopped attacking us and only going after him. What
Damn, bro.
No!
The Amazing Spider-Man!
Hey, bro, you okay?
Bro, call the police, man. Call the police. Wait, you said Blanc? Is this the one that I already saw? Yeah, I think that's the one that you already sent me. Man. Dead or Alive 2? I sucked at these kind of games, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, the pantsu shot. Bro destroyed her. He says you will live a happier life if you accept that you will never finish your backlog. Damn, Fabriski said I finished every game, period. Gamer did a survey of games people want to erase from their memories and play again. Undertale, Danganronpa, 13 Sentinels that good? Nah, chat, here comes mad people from the chat coming out of the blue. Yo, we've been telling you to get on that shit. Nah, bro. Nah, bruh. It says Undertale, Urban Myth Dissolution, Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc, 13 Sentinels, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Ever 17, Persona 5, Steins Gate. Damn, Steins Gate is up in that bitch too. Did you see the Danganronpa 2x2 demo? Nah. 13S. 13S when? 13 Sentinels? Persona 5? Man, imagine Persona 5. Me deleting Persona 5 from my brain. Nah. 2x2 looks good. Watching these streams all day is 6,000% worse for children than violent video games. Uh-oh. 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 God damn, she basically naked. God damn.
Itachi, stop right there!
Careful, Naruto.
No, don't be sending me these fucking goofy ass. You said, I wish I could experience Steins Gate for the first time again. Dude, you said you just had to be there? On my soul, bro. There's a lot of people that don't know about this shit. Yo, That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana, bro. You had to be there, bro. You had to be there, bro. Yo, whenever these shows did a collab, it was like a hold on, wait a minute kind of moment, bro. I don't care what anybody says. It was like the Jimmy Neutron, Fairly Odd Parents collaboration, I was mind blown, bruh. You said the Disney collabs were our gen Avengers? For real, bro. Kim Possible, Lilo and Stitch, Sweet Life of That's So Hannah Montana was better. I'm losing track now. Lilo and Stitch was getting everyone. These shows were the freaking best, dude. Man. And no kizzy, Disney has never been this good ever again, chat. Tell me not. Tell me not, chat. Am I tweaking? Disney has never been this good ever again. Like right now, like what shows on Disney is popping? I'm thinking in my head, like, what old school? We had Lizzie McGuire and shit. Even Stevens. Phineas and Ferb. Phineas and Ferb is back. Gravity Falls. No. But we're not talking about animated. You know what? Let me actually switch the shit. We talking about IRL like people. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's been a long time since we had, like, you know, Hannah Montana was booming. Wizards of Waverly Place was booming. Sweet Life of Zack and Cody was booming. Like, all these shows were, like, all simultaneously going crazy. Do they do any live action shows anymore? That's another question I'm having. Because the only thing I could think of is, what, Henry Danger? Because Disney fell off. And I think they brought back Wizards too. They're trying to bring back Wizards, but you know it's not going to be the same without like the OG cast. Hey Jesse. Gran Turismo. Yup, and Lost Art of Game Discs, man. It all looks so great. Yo, and I'm not going to lie, chat, I was very happy when I saw that PlayStation Direct and they started showing this little guy running around. That shit made me happy. I was like, it's this little motherfucker from yo, when I saw him in that shit, I was like, bro, it felt like I was seeing like an old friend. You said Stranger Things Season 5 just came out. Is it good? Oh, Goku with the Kamehameha was tough. You said, bruh, we had Phil of the Future. Phil of the Future was good. What was that one show? Bro, there was this one show. I think we talked about it before. I think it's called Living Life with Derek. Bro, them motherfuckers was on some shit. Let's continue. Man, the PS2 has so many bangers. This isn't even half of them. Oh my god, bro. This box art of Kingdom Hearts is tough. Yo, Up Your Arsenal is tough. Xenosaga, isn't that the motherfucker from Xenoblade Chronicles 2? PlayStation still has good disc art. I gotta get more physicals then. Delete one thing from video games. What's the one thing that I should delete from video games? One thing I should delete from video games. Load screens. Hell no, bro. I love load screens. I love me a good load screen. DLC. I hate it when it's a super long load screen. I like it when it's like escort missions. Yo, for real, escort missions is ass. Microtransactions. Give me the full game like we used to. Facts. That's what they gotta do. Give me the full game. Stop withholding content to release it later on to charge us more money with it. Boycotters, grifters, making every possible excuse to say this is a flop. Ghost of Yote sold 3.3 million copies. Nice. You said some of us will not survive a horror movie. terrible, bro. You gotta open it outside with a key and open it inside with a key too. You said it made money, but I don't see it. I'm getting the love Ghost 1 did. That's true. But that's a game I definitely do want to pick up. But it's like my backlog right now is just crazy. You said day 1 DLC going to be a 2-day DLC. Sony says that they plan to reach 90 million PS5 sold by the end of the year. They're currently at 84.2 million. Okay. Console war is over. Xbox needs PlayStation. Oh shit, Reggie Fils-Aimé said that. Bold words.
GameStop, who I know you had a brief dealings with, they declared the console war is over on social media. Do you agree?
Yeah, it was a good gimmick for them to do. Look, I do think that the years of direct competition, I think those times are done.
Yeah.
And part of it is that, with a large part now of, the Xbox business being publishing, by definition, they're a big third-party publisher that also makes some hardware.
Yeah.
And so from that standpoint, they are no longer directly competing with Sony PlayStation business.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, they need support from Sony, I think, for their software.
Yeah.
For Microsoft software to reach the largest audience.
Yup. That's it. Because right now, that's all they can do. They have to be more software oriented and trying to put their shit multi-platform so they could get profit. Because all the other shit that they're doing is not working. And now I hear that they're going to have another price increase soon, apparently. I don't know if only I heard it. Did anybody in the chat hear that shit? They said that they're going to increase the price again on the... Oh, because they said something about the RAM costs. Publisher war, something about the RAM costs. They said like the RAM cost is going up, some bullshit like that, and now Xbox got to increase their price again. And I'm like, what? I'm like, at that point, whoever owns an Xbox now, you look rich as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. You could flex that shit now. I'll be like, hey man, don't mind me. I got my $900 fucking Xbox console. Fuck, you guys are rich now. Xbox will, Sony avoiding that for now. The RAM prices exploded recently because of AI stuff. I'm fucking pissed, bro. PlayStation has announced Ratchet & Clank Ranger Rumble, a new mobile. Ugh! Watch the series die because you didn't support this? A mobile game? Did I see this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bro, who is this character? What are these characters that you could play as? This shit look like Squad Busters. This shit look like Brawl Stars. Ew! Nah, they better have a costume in this game where you could dress up as Clank, Secret Agent Clank, in a tuxedo with the banana gun. They better have a Captain Quark skin. Where the Captain Quark skin? All this shit's pay to win as hell. This shit pay to win as hell, bro. You gotta keep upgrading this shit. Couldn't you just keep buying packs and then upgrading these guns and you're gonna have more damage and range output? Oh my god, bro. Yup. Pain. That motherfucker's gonna be paying to win. You said, by the way, Insomniac leak already showed Ratchet and Clank ain't coming back till the 2030s anyway. Insomniac is Marvel Game Machine right now. Oh my god. That's terrible. Oh man. Let me have a Secret Agent Clank skin. PlayStation 5 has now outsold every Xbox system. Damn. Xbox, it's been good, bro. It's been good, Xbox. Highest selling video game ever. Minecraft Chicken Frickin' Jockey. You said this is why the RAM prices have skyrocketed. Can you spot the fake? What you sent me? What you sent me? Nano Banana versus Nano Banana Pro. We're cooked. Bro, these are AI? Oh, shit. This one definitely looks a bit more AI because it's kind of like the bokeh in the background. It's like, bro, what kind of camera are you using at all times? It's too perfect. But this shit right here is crazy, bro. This shit look like a real life photograph taken. Yo, we're cooked. Chat, we're cooked. Chat, I'm scared. We're going to be in a completely artificial intelligent future. We're going to be robots, bro. Yo. This shit's going to be creepy. Then people in my chat are going to be talking to me, and then they're not real. You guys better be real. You guys better be real. Am I real? You said, imagine how more ass dating apps are about to be with this, bro. We were never real. This is Grand Theft Auto Wii Sports, bro. Wii Sports with an 82.9 million. I mean, the thing is this though. Wii Sports came with the console, so we can't really give it to Wii Sports. It came with the console. But Wii Sports, I don't care. It's goated. Red Dead Redemption 2, I never played it. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the GOAT. PUBG, Terraria, The Witcher, OG Mario Bros. What? Did a survey of the game heroines people most wanted to root for. To root for Tifa, Lockhart, Aerith, Yuna from Final Fantasy X, Colette from Tales of Symphonia, Velvet from Tales of Basaria. What? Kasumi? Persona 5 Royal? Root for her for what? Melia? Xenoblade? Aight. You said Melia the GOAT? Yeah, Melia the GOAT. Danganronpa 2.
Link how the future finna be for you, Unk.
Unk? Sir, I am not an Unk. What's this?
Hey bro, have you seen this video? Dude, that's AI. I know, it's amazing, right? You should subscribe to the creator. Yeah. Sorry, pal, I don't subscribe to that AI slop.
There's no way you fell for that. That's wild.
Oh, guys, I didn't fall for it. I said it was AI.
Not the video.
Not the video?
What the fuck?
Getting old.
Yeah, dude, you seriously are. Bro, you're literally young, but you should definitely subscribe to that channel.
What?
What is happening, bro?
Hey, bro, have you seen this video?
Bro, everything is fake. Everything is fake. Chat, I'm real. Chat, I'm real. Chat, I am real. I'm real. Some of the biggest Japanese video game series sales numbers. Mario over 950 million. God damn. Pokemon 489 million. God damn. Monster Hunter 1, 2, 3. Damn. Resident Evil with the 178. Sheesh, bro. That's just crazy. Some numbers. Kingdom Hearts with the 38 mil. Send me $50 right now and prove it. Pronounce trails in the sky to prove you're real. Trails. He's not real. He's not real. He says trails. This motherfucker over says trials. Trails in the sky. Trail. Get this fake motherfucker. Get him out of here. No games. Yet PS5 doing numbers for Sony. PS5. I will not say don't watch this on stream. It's an hour, but cool backlog video for you. About how one content creator has gone about playing games and his fans are interested in. I let fans make my backlog. Oh. The evolution of PlayStation aesthetic. How long is this?
Silly moments like
an hour. Well, we were watching this at some point.
These. 1 second we're talking about.
No, unless you left it at a specific bookmark. A video on how backlogs can be tracked. You said another attempt at trying to send this video to him again. Ah, did I watch this? We watched it before. You said I haven't seen this? Damn, bro. This is an hour, though. It's an hour.
Heaven sent.
44 minutes? Fuck, this is almost as long as this. These two are long as hell. Wait, what happened? He said this one ruffled some feathers? Oh! Bro, you are not fucking invited. Get the fuck out. Oh, get the fuck out of here, bro. You're nasty. That's okay. You can keep it. Who the fuck posted that? You can keep that shit. That mac and cheese did not look delectable. Black Friday. Oh my god, I wanted to cop the Elden Ring game, Night Rain. I think it's on sale. Fuck, bro. I'm like copping games, bruh. OnlyFans is possibly the most revenue efficient company in the world. Bro, what makes no sense to me is how much motherfuckers is legit spending guap on OnlyFans when you could just go to any crazy website for the free ski. Bro, that shit's insane, bro. You could just go online and find the shit for free in 4K. I feel like what it is, chat, is the interaction. They want to talk to the girl, bro. I think that's what it is. And they want that personalized shit. Yeah, being parasocial is the move. That's what it is, bro. That's what it is, bro. Because that's got to be it. Because you could just find, if you want to see some wild shit, bro, there's an unlimited amount on the internet you could just find in 4K quality. But I think they want that text back. That's like if Sora had one and I'd be like, Sora, here's $30. I hope you're having a great day. And then Sora hits me back with a, no problem, cute thing. You really made my day, blush emoji. I'll be like this the whole day. Bro, you said also the free sites are basically being used as advertising? True. Why are you telling me to make an OnlyFans? What the hell am I going to do? You said, Retro, they make custom videos for specific people. Oh, that's what it is too? Oh, I could imagine. But dude, you got to be a big spender for some shit like that. You going to be like, yo, I'm going to give you $200. I want your ass propped up looking back with a red skirt on and a black top. Oh nah, dude, that's mad extra. I mean, don't get me wrong, yo, you if you want it that bad, I feel it. You said you're a big spender for Nikkei. Dylan Knight, you right. Never mind, bro. You right, Dylan. No, you right, Dylan. You right, Dylan. Customized goons. He said, Retro, get an OnlyFans. I'm gonna ask for a personalized video of him playing Castle Crashers. Hell, bruh. Yo, pay them $5K. If you really want some interactions, try talking to some random strangers on the internet.
Reddit
like
got
Omegle.
so many of leaks, but you didn't hear that from me.
Reddit got... Yo, no, I know that. I know Reddit, bro, Reddit got the sauce. Thank you, Akura, for the 100 biddies. I know Reddit got the sauce for real. Open that P.O. box already? Bro, I couldn't find a P.O. box around me for like mad long. It was crazy. I'm completely okay never having turkey again on Thanksgiving. I'm tired of pretending. You know what it is? It's because the person who made that turkey for you did not make the turkey right. My mom, bro, she be making that turkey right. That shit is moist. That shit is juicy. That shit got, bro, that shit is mad. White meat. Straight protein. It depends on how they make it, bro. It's rare to get a good turkey. Good turkey takes several day prep. I don't know, bro. My mom, she be knocking that shit out. Gone Wild Audio? That shit sounds like a crazy website. Danganronpa 2x2 pages live on the PlayStation Store. Foo. Man, what a time when I played this game. That was so long ago. So much to learn. The rest of the Kingdom Hearts is out now. What? He posted the whole thing?
I got superpowers, bitch!
Bro, this motherfucker dying. I got superpowers. This is tough. This is tough. You guys think Sonic would make a good Pokemon trainer? He'd be the coolest Pokemon trainer, that's for sure. There's no way Madhouse is airing this while One Punch Man suffers. It's killing me. What is happening? You said I've seen worse? This is that dancing anime? This is not an edit? I don't know, man. It's Sonic Racing. I gotta hop back on that shit. Nah, look at how the whole lobby stopped. I hate that shit, bro. Oh, I hate Mario Kart. Oh. Oh, never mind. Oddity, what's this? This better not be some TOS shit, please. Oh, that basketball pass transition. This should look like Persona 5 dancing. The faces look like empty husks. It's the expressionless faces that are killing me.
今までで一番オンちゃんと会話してる気がする。オンちゃんが俺の中に入ってくるのがわかる。 対等になれたからだ。ダンスバトルには勝ち負け以上のものがある。こんなのうまくならないわけがない。俺にはもうダンスしかない。
Hey man, at least he was dancing. LMAO. Hey man, he got pulled in, bro. He got hit by the Holy Spirit. Oh, we out. Let's go. Bro, look at... We saw this. Okay, we saw this. Okay, wait. Oh my God, the racing guy. Frustration racing game community. The decline of, the racing man. Hold on. I'm skipping. Bro, I'm skipping all this racing shit, chat. No cap, bro. Used to scroll past all this, bro. The chat shit, crazy. You say I don't even have a TikTok account. Bro, hold on. Oh my God.
Gotta get here. This town is a grievance. This city needs to be destroyed.
Bro, why he go to the volcano? Tough. The harsh reality of selling classic games.
Like, I remember we approached one publisher. He accepted a meeting. He was like head of business development. We just pitched one game, and he said, okay, so this sells, say, 100,000 units at $6 each. Why would we bother? We're making $2 billion a year, $3 billion a year. Like, what's the purpose? Come back to me when you can do 100 games, all with modern controls and modern enhancements and remastered, and then we'll have a discussion.
Now more than ever, risk-averse publishers are looking at their old IP and bringing them back with remakes, remasters, or emulation ports. With emulation, oftentimes people wonder why so many classic games have not been brought back, or why they take so long to come back. These games in particular...
You know what game I'm surprised Nintendo hasn't brought back yet? And I know like the, what's the name? This IP, a lot of people know about it. Golden motherfucking Sun.
Present a number of unique challenges that some studios are not well equipped for. That's where a company like
I'm surprised they haven't brought back Golden Sun. Golden Sun got some bangers, bro.
And ask them about the trials.
The music is fire, the fighting is fire, the combat is cool.
Bill, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me. Excited to chat.
Can you explain why certain classic games come back? What goes into choosing a game one over the other, for example?
So it's not a simple answer. There's two ways we can choose a game, but we don't necessarily have as much choice as one might think. There's work-for-hire projects where we're doing the work for a different publisher, typically scout publishers, looking at their back catalog, seeing if there's an opportunity to bring some of their classics back to life, or they'll approach us, asking if we can do the work for them. In that case,
I think I gotta replay Coliseum because I don't know why I didn't like it so much as a kid.
To do the project.
I gotta replay
More
that
often
shit.
than not, they recognize us in the space for the work we had previously done and our expertise in the PlayStation realm. And so they'll ask us to do a port of a game or a revival of a game to various modern consoles. So our number one request right now is to get PlayStation 1 onto all the modern platforms, in particular Switch. And we can do that with our emulator, which we call Pancake. And that derives from our wrapper for the whole project, which is called Syrup, which has all the different emulation features that we can add into it, like widescreen, rewind, save states, all the different things that you would expect. The publisher will ask us if we can do the game or not. If we can do it, we'll work with them to figure out what features they want. We don't necessarily get to choose which features are going to end up in the game. So we may suggest to the publisher, hey, you know what, this game didn't have trophies in the past. Everybody expects trophies now. Let's add them in. And they may say, no, we actually were good without trophies. And usually it's because there's hidden costs behind every decision. The publisher will also decide where the game is going to be released, what regions, and when it's going to be released. So when we do work for hire, we don't really have much choice. It's either we get to pick a game and they allow us to do it, or they're asking us for the particular game and they're determining all the different features. Now, the other model is a revenue share agreement. Publishers are usually more open to this business model because there's significantly less risk for them on the front end of the deal. So when you do a revenue share agreement, basically what we're doing as developers is we are taking on the development cost of the game. So we're choosing a game that we think can do really well. We'll approach the publisher and say, look, we think this game has a lot of appeal for today's gamers. We can add some really cool modern enhancements for it. We estimate it's going to sell this many units. Would you be willing to?
I've never
work
seen
with us
any
on
of
this?
these games
And
I'm
they'll
looking
say,
at right
yeah,
now.
but we don't have any budget for that. This was unanticipated. You just kind of approached us out of nowhere. So would you be open to a revenue sharing agreement? So in that case, we take on the onus of the development costs and all the engineering work, artwork, all that stuff. And then the publisher, in exchange, will give us a portion of the share of the revenues. Typically, there's kind of like a two-way system for rev share agreements. So initially, the revenue might be a little bit higher, like say 60-40 split, 60 in favor of the publisher because you're using their IP, 40% for us, the developer, until we recoup our costs. So let's say it's going to cost us $250,000 to produce this game. So once we hit that threshold, then the revenue split changes, and then it goes 70-30 in favor of the publisher because now our costs have been recouped. But that license may last 5, 7, 10 years. It'll last a long time. So the benefits of revenue share agreement is we get revenue for a long period of time.
Damn, 70-30? I should ask. I ain't gonna lie. I'd be like, fuck. So then the label just keeps on making all the money while the other people, that's ass.
But we're at the whim of the publisher. Are they going to do a good job publishing the game? Are they going to do the marketing that's required for it to do well? Are they going to do some QA? Are they going to make sure that legally everything's okay? And you may wonder, okay, so if there's no risk to the publisher, why wouldn't they just accept more of these deals? Because it's not costing. The engineering cost is the most expensive part of it. So why are they not agreeing? Well, it's because of those hidden costs. And those hidden costs, they range from a number of different things. The number one thing being legal costs, finding out if there's any issues with IP ownership or licensing agreements. And that can range from audio to VO to even graphics in the game. And then there's quality assurance costs. And then as the publisher, there's going to be marketing. Are they going to spend
that sounds
money on the booths,
annoying.
the event? So there's a hidden cost to every single game, whether they pay for the engineering costs or not. Back to your question of like, how do we choose a game? So we actually have a spreadsheet of a whole bunch of games we would love to do. We can estimate using a proprietary formula that we worked on to figure out how many units it might sell based on repurchase rates and various other factors. Like, is the property being promoted in a like today? Like
Harry Potter, they're in the Quidditch Cup.
We'll ask, is there enough demand for the game? It has to be successful financially for us, of course, to be able to keep the business going, but also for the publisher.
Right. This is the part to me that's so fascinating, is the financial viability of individual classic games, and that some are just fairly niche. And so could you maybe elaborate further on that as far as the financial viability of the individual classic games?
Yeah. So
oh hell no, this shit mad zoomed in.
Bring with us a slew of data, and really what they want to see is that there is demand for the game and chatter for the game in the online community already. I went to DICE Europe last year, so 2024, and one of the roundtable discussions was about getting funded for your own games. A little unrelated to us, but the idea was publishers are so risk averse right now in the industry. You don't see a lot of new IPs coming. Mm-hmm. They like the idea of reaching back to their back catalogs because those are proven titles. But at the same time, they need to see social proof that there's actually demand for it. When we present to third-party publishers, Japan or even North American or European, we'll present to them a pitch deck that shows, hey, these 3 YouTubers have done videos on the game. It has 2,000 comments. People are clamoring for the game. They've talked about it for years now. There's a dedicated community that are doing mods for it. They're on Reddit. So we'll find all that data and support it that way. And we'll look at the current climate right now. So, Silent Hill 2, for example, was re-released not too long ago. That would have been a good time to do a Silent Hill Classics game because you can bundle it as a value add. And sometimes there are times when we've pitched a game. This just happened. I was at Gamescom and I talked about a game that we had pitched a number of times, and it never went anywhere. And then we found out that the guy who originally, the creative director for the game, died in some mysterious way in Japan, and they just do not want to touch that IP anymore.
What?
Because it's in licensing hell for one thing, but also it has a negative space around it. That game's off the table.
What game is it?
People. And that's fascinating to me. We know that this game, we don't know, but we have a strong feeling that this game would do really well. But unfortunately, it's just not going to happen.
What game is it?
A variety of sometimes legal and sometimes strange reasons that exist out there.
That's so crazy. And I'm sure there's so many other stories like that, but that's the other harsh truth, is that some games, they just simply don't work financially.
Bro, come on, man. Don't be a pussy. I would have been like, what game was it? What game was it? What game was it?
Mhm.
Probably can't say
Absolutely.
much.
And like there are games we've been asked to do, and it might sell 5,000 units at most, but it's going to take us 4 months to work on the game. That's just a project that we have to unfortunately decline, that we can't work on right now because we don't have the bandwidth and we can't risk it only selling that many units. And sometimes the cost for retro games are fairly low, like $9.99, $15.99 is kind of on the higher end. Typically they're $9.99 USD. On sale they're down to like $4.99, $3.99.
Harvest Moon
Steam,
for
they're even lower when you have the
$3.59.
80%
What a
discount base.
steal!
I mean, financial viability is a big reason why a lot of these deals will not work.
And of course, one other major problem is licensing hell. So let's acknowledge the elephant in the room here. Tell me about that.
So licensing hell is, if the game is in licensing hell, that means typically that there's a whole bunch of different owners of the IP or bits of licensing within a game. And it's just impossible to get all those puzzle pieces to fit together so that all the IP can be sent in one nice clean package to the developer or to the publisher so that the game can be released. And there's all kinds of reasons why that might happen. A game that's 30 years old, the documents could be long gone, or there's an addendum that was created 5 years after the game was released, but no one can find that, or it has fallen into the estate of somebody and that person has since passed as well. No one knows how to get a hold of the person. Sometimes they just don't want the game to be touched. They want the legacy to remain the same. Other times it's within audio. So a music track, for example, in a game, that's a pretty common issue where it's licensed for X number of years and they don't want to license it out to anybody else for because it may change the integrity of the game. So you're stuck with it. You can't move forward because you're stuck with that. And that actually happened to us. We
That
completed
sounds
the
like
game. It's
shit.
engineering complete, ready to go on the PlayStation.
It could be
1,
so
ready
many
to be
factors,
released.
like
And
licensing
the
hell is
publisher
so
had
ass.
approved it. The third party had approved it, and the game got canned at the last minute. It was pulled, and it's going to sit on the shelf indefinitely. And from what I understand, after hearing more of the backstory of that particular game, it will never be released.
Oh,
in its
look at that
classic form,
guy
but it may be
with the
remastered, 'cause that's
purple.
totally
Look at the
different
hair.
contract or remake.
What
It's
game is
totally
that?
different type of contract.
That game
sad
looks
thing is there are some
saucy.
games that are just dead on the table immediately, and those are sports games and card games. So sports games are very difficult to license if they use real player names, because you have NHL. Well, I say NHL because that's the one I play every year, but you have the NHLPA, the Players Association. You need their approval, their license for it. You need EA's license, for example. Figuring all that out is challenging. For racing car games, typically they'll have a license to have a particular brand of car or model in the game for 5 years, or 7 years or something. And then after that, they stop selling the game because all those licenses have expired. And the other one in sports is advertising. So if you remember a lot of the games like Tiger Woods, they had Adidas and Titleist and all the different brands for a particular sport. And those are all licensed as well too. We have the technology to replace those textures, but if those textures are everywhere, like they're a core part of the game, then it makes it really difficult. And
said
it's not
racing
really
games
worth
go
it
through
at that
so
point, 'cause
much
it's gonna
shit.
cost so much time and effort to replace all those textures.
Because they got to get all the
really, really
brands.
challenging,
They got to
if
get
not
all the
impossible.
car manufacturers.
So let's get into
That
the
sounds
specific platform
annoying.
side. As in, you build emulators for each system as you go, and you initially began with PS1, but why PS1?
We chose to start with a PlayStation emulator as our main project because the demand for PlayStation games, original PlayStation games, was higher than anything else that was out there. So we focused our efforts on that. And our next big project is going to be PS2. So we're working on our next PS2 emulator because the demand for that is really high right now. But the demand for other consoles is lower. For example, we've had a few questions about the Nintendo Wii, but only a few people have asked
The
about
Wii
it.
is
Developing
so
an entire emulator
goated,
for it
bro.
For 5 to 10 games, it's not really worth it from a financial standpoint. And we would love to do it because our team loves these games.
That
and
looked
we
like
want to be
some
able to play them
Persona
and,
shit.
Give back to the community that way.
That was Shin
Unfortunately,
Megami
just we have to
Tensei.
think like a business and make that tough decision and focus on the ones that are going to have the biggest bang for the buck.
Now, it was pretty big news, Bill, that on your site there was the roadmap section for things you're working on, and you were dreaming about PlayStation 3 emulation. So, is there anything that you can say
Trauma
here?
Center?
Yeah, so we're working.
Trauma Center was a Atlas game?
With a third party to help us with this. So we have a bit of a base to work off of. It's sort of a back burner project for us that we're investigating over time. To be transparent, PS2 is more of a priority for us just because of the demand. We haven't been asked for a lot of PS3 games.
I didn't
more
know.
of a, at this point, a
I don't
fun
know why.
project for our
Yo,
engineers,
Infamous
but
is
the focus right now is,
tough.
broaden
Bro,
compatibility
I love
on
throwing the
Pancake,
grenades.
our PS1 emulator, improve syrup as much as we can, work on PS2, and then we have PS3 kind of hovering in the background as we kind of work our engineering magic there.
I think what a lot of people are curious about, though, is simply the technical feasibility of PS3 emulation. You're dreaming about it, but what does that really mean if you can technically do it or not?
Yeah, so it's. I mean,
Won't play
it's
Second
technically-
Son?
It's feasible. I don't think anyone expected to run on the Switch. PS5, PS6, whenever that comes out, and next instance of the Xbox, and maybe the next instance of the Switch, but we'll have to see. But we do feel that it's technically possible. It's just a matter of devoting the time and energy to it and resources to it. There's certain projects we'd love to work on, and it's always a difficult decision to say yes or no to certain projects, but we kind of have to go where the demand is.
Right. So I'm guessing PlayStation Vita is pretty low on that one too, huh?
That is low. Yeah, that's exceptionally low.
It breaks my heart.
I know. I mean, we have people who we'd love to do it, but yeah, it is low.
So the other big thing we can try to talk about here is that
no, because with the Vita, I ain't gonna look. I ain't gonna lie. The reason why I wouldn't want to even bother with Vita emulation is because it's kind of like it's better to play on the handheld itself. That was the charm of playing the PS Vita, was seeing the OLED screen with those games and having it in a handheld form factor was the point of it. Like us emulating the Vita would be like, okay, it's gonna look like a PS2 game.
Providing classics on PlayStation Plus Premium. Is there anything even remotely NDA compliant you can say about that relationship between Sony, yourselves, and the various third-party publishers that are involved in that program?
There is nothing.
I gotta see what PlayStation
particular program.
One games and PS2 games they have in the PlayStation Store. I never really took time
so I know that's the
to
one
look
thing
into
that
it.
You can't really say much of anything about. And for a while, people never even knew that you were the ones doing these particular games. But
yo, I love Ape Escape, bro. I love running around with that
net.
Talk
about more things, but unfortunately, there's a lot of NDA stuff, and when lawyers get involved, it gets expensive. So.
So one thing I'm pretty curious about is that you've been pretty diligent in going back to the classic games and adding trophies to the ones that did not have them. When this relaunch happened with PS Plus and these new classic games showed up, a lot of them didn't have trophies, and that's part of the cert process on PlayStation is that games have to have trophies, but it's like it's Sony's own requirement. They can remove that in the interest of more games. But I found it so curious that now some publishers are finally deciding to do it. So is that you guys approaching
Jack
them
and Daxter?
saying,
No.
Trophies are going to encourage more sales. And we want them now. What does that look like?
It's more the third party. So if you
Jack off and
Dixter. A lot of the first party games launched with trophies automatically. Any third party games, a lot of those did not launch with trophies, and you're seeing those patches come out now. It's the third
Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the rescue.
Yeah, so I assume in some cases that's been waived, that requirement, but for third party publishers that have fairly big names, that are big names, that gets waived. It's up to them whether they want to add trophies or not.
So dialing back to this idea that publishers are more risk-averse right now, and that has led them to look back at their older titles, do remasters, remakes, ports, has this made getting work easier or more competitive in the space?
It's a good question. I think, it's an interesting... I'll put it in a different way. So, yes, it has made it a little bit easier, I would say, and there is competition, but we're also working together, we offer a specific skill set that some groups that are doing retro games just don't have that skill set. They don't have the ability to do PlayStation emulation, for example, right now. So we're able to work with them. And so it's more of a we're all in this together type feeling. Yeah, there is some competition for sure, especially when it comes to like the AAA titles. Like if you're trying to get a Dino Crisis type game out there, there's a lot of people vying for that game. And so you're competing against some of them. But like for more obscure games, there's less competition, I would say. We all believe in game preservation. We all believe that it's an important part of our culture that's slowly...
He said, I can't believe I can hear Jack off and Dixter and know what that is.
And that's where emulation plays an important role.
Right, yeah.
It's going to be to the point that when somebody says it naturally find Jack off and Daxter. Wait,
what seemed like a week
is that his name? Jack off and... Oh, fuck. No, it's Jack and...
That was like 10, 15 years ago, right? So it was kind of no big deal.
Jack and Daxter. Yo, I ended up thinking his name was actually Jack off. Jack off and Dixter. Yo, Clona looks so cool, bro.
It's just maybe harder in that way to get work.
Yeah, so I can't speak for what
Clona look cool as hell.
I can speak to what we hear internally now. So when we approach large third-party publisher, their first instinct, if they have like 15 little studios that they're working with, or some are large, some are small, their first instinct is to give it to one of their own studios to do the work. It's only when they deem that, it's cheaper for us to just outsource this as a work-for-hire project and not have to deal with the QA and deal with all that stuff, because the vast majority of it will be handled by someone like us. Then once that decision is made, then we can get inroads into that publisher.
Oh my gosh, she lit him up.
Pass that hurdle. It's really tough to pass that hurdle. Like I remember we approached one publisher and I was very surprised. He accepted a meeting. He was like head of business development. Wow, accepted a meeting. We were all excited about it. We pitched. It was a disaster. We just pitched one game because I went from game from my childhood, and he said, okay, so this sells say 100,000 units at $6 each. Why would we bother? We're making $2 billion a year, $3 billion a year. Like what's the purpose? What value are you bringing? And he said, come back to me when you can do 100 games, all with modern controls and modern enhancements and remastered, and then we'll have a discussion. And so that was a bit of a rude awakening for us, So like our pitch was originally just, hey, we can emulate this for you, and realizing that they need to work at a scale that makes them money, right? That gives them a reason to get out of bed in the morning.
Now, I did also want to point out that Implicit does have their own community Discord, and you guys use that platform to bring in community votes and interest for classics, and you can take that to publishers sometimes, right? Like, that's kind of what you guys have been up to with that community?
Definitely, yeah, absolutely. We use that. It's a really active and engaged community. They're really well knowledged in the retro gaming space, so what they say matters. It's really important. And
damn, that's
we
cool.
use those votes as part of the pitches. Unfortunately, like some of the games like Simpsons Hit and Run was #1. It's been #1 for a while. But that's one of the ones that's in licensing hell. That would be amazing. I'd love to get that game up there. That'd be epic. But it's
Simpsons
a nightmare.
Hit and
but
Run.
yeah, we can use them, and they're also great for bug reports. Like they buy our games and they find stuff super fast, and they offer great ideas for accessibility and just for different gameplay enhancements. And our head of community, Mouse, she'll bring that forward to the engineers, and then we prioritize that on the list. So like we listen to every single comment that's there. It's all seen, and we try and reply to as much as we can. And when we see a trend for various features that need to be added, we'll refocus our attention onto that. So the community has a lot of control is the word, but they have a lot of sway in where we focus our efforts in some cases. Yeah.
Bill, thank you so much. This was great.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. Pleasure.
If you enjoyed this conversation, consider supporting with a YouTube channel membership.
Nice. But that should sound like craziness. Can't lie. Yup. Selling classics, you got to do a lot of shit, and a lot of it is licensing hell. A lot of it is licensing hell. Golden Sun, come back to us. Golden Sun is fire. PlayStation deals. We saw this. Linus Tech Tip says that he's disappointed the upcoming Steam machine may not be priced like a console. Everybody argued the game of the year.
I am.
Did we see this one?
Mighty Key. Bro, check this out. The nominees for the game of the year just got announced.
I better not see Xbox. I saw this one. I'm telling y'all, bro, my memory is fried. Thank you, chat. Y'all got me. I know Fabrizio was like, yo, get off this Mighty Key video. This is very cute. I keep forgetting what show is this, but very cute. Yes. Cloudflare, yes. Yes. Kirby Air Ride, Megabonk, yes. Alright, we were here last time. Zelda, yes. I remember, yes. 2B Animation Purgatory. What? Rocket Launcher. Okay. The Hilarious World of Failed Reboots. Ooh. The Insane World of Canceled Movies and TV Shows. How long? 12 minutes? Hey.
Gentlemen, you might be wondering why we're gathered here.
The most overhated movies.
Good evening and welcome.
16 minutes? God damn. $12 minutes.
Tonight and are being deprived of our usual routine of neglecting our wives and infant children.
To be Hero
well,
X?
Now that we're like billions of dollars in debt after hinging the entire future of our company on a Jared Leto movie, I have been absolutely ravaging the bins outside my local Denny's trying to find as many rejected movie and show ideas that could save our asses, which I'm now going to pitch to you in the form of an extremely funny YouTube video. Most of the time when we find out about unmade shit, it's followed by like a week-long Twitter-wide digital funeral service mourning the loss of Titanfall.
Yo, Titanfall!
But every now and then, sometimes you can kind of see why this stuff didn't get made, and it was probably for the best.
Nicolas Cage? Really? Who the fuck thought Nicolas Cage would play as Superman? Y'all smoking.
See why this stuff didn't get made, and it was probably for the.
I'm sorry, bro. Look, Nicolas Cage, he ain't got a Superman face. He ain't got a Superman face. You know how like some people are fit for certain roles. Nicolas Cage, your face is not a superhero face. I'm sorry, bro. You say you can't tame the cage? Nah, that one guy that they had at the Snyder Cut, that motherfucker had a Superman face, if I've ever seen one. He had the chiseled jawline, box head. Bro, he had that whole shit. Tim Burton, the creator of Nightmare Before Christmas retro.
Best that we didn't end up getting, like Hail Honey, I'm Home.
I'm a very, very bad Hitler.
And this Jim Carrey fish movie that is probably the scariest thing I've seen in my entire life. But I could easily spend the remaining 14 minutes of my life telling you about all of the non-stop heaters that they were cooking in the Godzilla writer's room, because the world is genuinely a worse place for us not getting to see him beat the shit out of Batman. And shout out to this other idea where he would have fought like the ghost of the OG Godzilla, not to be confused with the other one where Godzilla goes back in time to kill his past self, who is technically also his dad. Also, Anguirus was going to be there. And I love that guy. But then some absolute visionary, fueled by the most available amount of fentanyl the 1950s had to offer, proposed they combined two of humanity's greatest contributions and also the occupants of both halves of my brain, Godzilla and boobs.
What?
Why aren't you clapping? And that's how we didn't get Bride of Godzilla. Now, I know that me saying that has probably immediately made you think of Godzilla with a massive rack, which actually wouldn't be too far off, but like, we'll get to that, okay? This one never got any further than like a story treatment in a language that I cannot read, so I am trusting entirely that the gist of this one was about a mad scientist making a giant hot robot daughter that also would have been naked for the sole purpose of turning Godzilla on. Yeah, no, that is actually what that says. Okay. Obviously, there was like a bit more to it, but we have only about like, what, 10 minutes before the bank seizes this entire company, so I'm just going to stick to the important parts, which is that it was somehow going to involve mermaids, giant fleas, and also Anguirus would have been there again. I fucking love that guy, dude. And for anyone that hasn't lost copious hours of their life on Godzilla movies, this wouldn't have been like that far off from the shit that the guy was normally getting up to, given that like his usual Friday.
What are these dumbass movies? How long are these films?
Involved fighting giant robot men, sentient piles of shit, and Power Rangers. But this was 1956, so at this point we're only 2 Godzilla movies in, which means that they decided...
How long are each one of those movies? Because I don't know why, like, in my head, I feel like these shits are at least 2 hours. But then I'm like, bro, this is back in the day. There's no way these movies are that long. Very long? 1 hour and a half mostly? Oh, my God.
The natural, almost immediate follow-up to the original being like a somber reflection about the fallout of nuclear destruction in the Japanese population was a movie where Godzilla gets his shit stomped by a giant mummy GF robot, which they make the specific point to mention that he was enjoying very, very much. And while he is unbelievably real for that, it's also the same reason they end up having to detonate a nuclear bomb that they hid inside of her to finally put him out of his misery. That I know in my heart is the way that he would have wanted to go. Also, she would have killed Anguirus. No! Fuck! But, you know, fearing that the Godzilla franchise would never recover from peaking in the 3rd movie, in the end they shelved it so they could make the significantly less horny King Kong vs. Godzilla. And while you sit there and join me in processing the loss of what could have been the greatest movie ever made, I'm going to tell you about the sponsor of this shareholder meeting, Proton VPN. I think it's so cool that when I'm on my deathbed in 5 years...
I'm going to get myself some water. H2O. Hold on. Give me a sec. Oh! I got 3 days to collect the login. Fuck! Hold on, man. Hold on. Uncle Bam! Uncle Bam!
Is that most of the life flashing before my eyes will be seeing how every movie night I've had in the last 5 years has had to involve an international manhunt to track down which of the 57 streaming apps I pay for has Thomas and the Magic Railroad, because Netflix in Germany is holding both it and 4 more seasons of Peppa Pig hostage. But with Proton VPN, with just the click of a button, you can be free of being stuck in a country that has access to all 3 Kissing Booth movies, but only the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen for some reason, to change your location across 16,000 servers of more countries than I even knew existed on a VPN that works on every major device and streaming service, even made-up ones that no one has, like Paramount+. Unlike my mental health, Proton is faster and more secure than other VPNs, so you can best stop your ISP from selling off your data about how you have great taste in YouTube videos, and lets you access restricted sites in case you live in a hellhole like the UK and now have to bypass government-funded anti-gooning laws, and even comes with a built-in ad blocker in case you literally hate me. And you're watching this at a good time, because they got a Black Friday deal going on at the moment that gets you 75% off of Proton VPN.
You said, have I seen Smiling Friends?
All the way to January.
I have not seen Smiling Friends. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you.
Plan to get back that investment as quickly as possible was for them to immediately start shitting out yearly Star Wars movies until one of them bombed so hard that it killed thousands of unmade projects. Not just the movies, but their games and spin-offs too.
Really?
And since the last installment of their extremely beloved sequel trilogy came out in 2019, Star Wars has almost entirely existed in the form of like quarterly mid-as-fuck Disney Plus shows funded by 14 landfills worth of Baby Yoda merch. While on the movie side, it's basically been like 6 years of, alright guys, we're doing a Rogue Squadron movie. Okay, how about Ryan Johnson doing a trilogy? Could do a Boba Fett movie. Or we could do a game. Guillermo del Toro Jabba the Hutt movie. Fuck it. And the only one of these that got like further than just a dude coming up with some shit over a lunch break was a Kylo Ren spin-off movie called The Hunt for Ben Solo. And you know, if you're wondering how this could take place after Rise of Skywalker when Kylo Ren died of cringe in that movie, congrats, you now have the same qualifications as a producer at Disney. Because despite them apparently having a completed script for it that they spent 2 years on, that even got approved by Lucasfilm, Disney just could not wrap their head around the idea of a Star Wars character coming back to life through some unplanned retcon bullshit, which of course has just never happened in the series.
Wait. So the guy died, and then they were gonna bring bro back, and they didn't bring the movie with a script that would explain him back because what? Star Wars died a long time ago. Palpatine lived somehow. Oh, they try to say Emperor Palpatine? That he somehow lived? I mean, look, the Star Wars universe, bro, at this point, anything can happen.
Character coming back to life through some unplanned retcon bullshit, which of course has just never happened in the series before at any point. That I am like way more bummed about missing out on than every attempt to make a Sonic movie before the one that we got. Because as it turns out, the one with the horrifying fucking rodent teeth was actually just like the end result of 30 years of even shittier ideas. None of which was funny to me is the one that Sony was talking about doing in their leaked emails, where you can tell that he was in very good hands by the fact that they repeatedly refer to him as Sonic the Hedgehog. Sincerely, Dick. But then some financially irresponsible maniac dropped $2,000 on eBay to share with the world the very first story treatment for a Sonic movie from the 90s that I'm like 85% sure is real because it has a note on page 6 saying it isn't funny. To be fair to what I'm about to read to you, this was 1994, okay? Back when video game movies looked like this and the newest Sonic game was this. So like, I don't know how you would have made a Sonic movie, but like it probably wouldn't have been this. Sonic the movie would have been about a 17-year-old kid named Jimmy Hedgeman. Yes, that is real. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. And his scientist father, Dr. Hedgeman, who surprisingly wasn't going to be Eggman because that was an entirely separate guy in the script called Dr. Ellison, who from his island of mutant experiments with the only other Sonic character in the movie, Knuckles, was planning to transform the world's population into a rainforest convention. But when Jimmy accidentally gets some blue sci-fi bullshit on him from his dad's experiments, he would have spent the rest of the movie slowly anamorphing into Sonic the Hedgehog.
What?
Now, just before you guys like immediately blow all of your life savings funding this movie, how about I take you back to the nightmare year of 2015? Back when Michael Bay was still allowed to make Transformers movies and had the idea to trap a bunch of innocent writers with families in a room for 3 weeks until they came up with the Transformers cinematic universe.
Yo, chat, you ever saw those movies? The Saw movies? Bro, you had to be there. You had to be there, bro.
Riders. We put them through Transformer School. We locked them in a room for about a month.
And while they were allegedly allowed to leave, I don't know why they would have wanted to when the room had a life-size statue of Bumblebee, a pinball machine, unlimited Transformers toys, and at least 1 jar of orange juice, all of which I would absolutely take over seeing my kids for almost a month. And while I'm sure you're surprised to hear that the later Transformers movies even had writers, in the end they apparently came up with like 12 different movies and spin-off ideas, only one of which we actually know anything about. A movie called Operation Skyfire, where someone dared to ask the question, what if the Autobots fought in World War II and Megatron teamed up with the guys who run Twitter? All we have to go off of this one is like a bunch of out-of-context concept art that gives us literally no explanation for where Megatron would get an army of robot Nazis, or why he was a train. But I gotta remind you guys that concept art does not mean that is what the final movie was gonna look like, which I know most of you are aware of, but there's always gonna be that one guy, okay?
There's gonna be that
For
one
example,
dumbass.
these two from the Minecraft movie that both make me depressed for very different reasons. But the fact that we don't know like much about any of the other ideas they came up with, I'm sure is probably related to the fact that
Hell
every
no,
photo
I'm
of
glad
this
they didn't
writer's
go
room
with that
looks like a
idea.
memorial
Imagine
that
if
you'd
they
see on the
had
news.
Jack Black with
But
a
what we
square
do know
head.
makes it sound like they had about as much creativity as 15-year-old me and his fanfiction.net account, because they were coming up with like King Arthur dragon Transformers and steampunk Transformers and one set during the Roman Empire, famous for its abundance of technology that they could turn into. A giant freaking robot hand thing, and this one of the Quintessons, which were like these alien dudes from the original show. You don't
Bro,
care.
what?
Some or all of which may even be the same.
I don't know
Again,
shit.
We really like
I don't know
jack
shit that
about what
much
these
like
guys
with
were
the
cooking.
lore.
But in the end, while I'm sure most of it was probably rejected by Michael Bay for its lack of reference to like underage dating or robot testicles, some of it did actually end up being used in some of the Transformers movies that came out after, for better or worse. Definitely worse. Like, they shoved the King Arthur shit and
Damn.
basically like all of Operation Skyfire into like a 1-minute scene in the next movie that would end up being like the worst Transformers film ever made. So that was a really good use of a month of everyone's life.
You each attempted to give me a Transformers movie that's bad enough to end the series, and I honestly feel like you've all failed in that regard.
Despite us living in a timeline with 2 full seasons of Velma, it is actually unbelievably depressing how many cool-ass cartoon pitches and
Bro, why Robin got a
There was this,
dumpy?
like, Spider-Verse-ass Batman Beyond pitch floating around that even DC was like, that shit looks fucking awesome. That's why we're absolutely not going to do that. There's going to
Super
be a
Pets
live-action
2.
Ben 10 movie that they cancelled after failing for 10 years to make it look anywhere near as goated as the last one. There was Driftwood and a Cars spin-off about trains and a Plants vs. Zombies movie that I would bet money on somehow involving Jack Black. And also this page for an Adventure Time movie.
You
I can't
know
remember
Jack
the
Black
most
in that
reliable source
movie.
of all time,
You
the,
know he gonna be in that
cancelled
movie.
Fanon Wiki that confidently claims it was gonna have the most expensive cast known to man with Chris Pratt, Zendaya, LeBron James,
Facts.
Danny DeVito, and James Gordon, who I'm sure is not a typo, and they just actually mean the guy from Gotham. All of which, of course, I will take entirely at face value and not research any further at all.
You said a
Honestly,
live-action
any of these are as
Cars is being
depressing as
made?
Learning with
How?
Pibby, which was like a 2-minute trailer
How?
short pitch pilot thing that was
Is the
dropped on
person
Adult Swim's
in?
YouTube channel
Is the
in
person gonna be
2021
human going
that I
in
can
the
best
car? Is it a
describe to you as like
prequel?
a high-budget Dora the Explorer creepypasta where her show gets infected by what my grandma's computer looks like after I give her 15 minutes of unsupervised internet access. And they basically would have like hopped from show to show doing like, you guys ever played Kingdom Hearts? No, how about like Wreck-It Ralph? Yeah, there we go. That guy gets me.
Oh, you're gonna love it here.
You know, maybe it's a good thing that it never got picked up, considering that even just its 2-minute trailer was enough to divide the world between people who like still won't shut up about it 4 years later and also unironically like Friday Night Funkin', and an equal amount of people who understandably were not super keen on seeing Courage the Cowardly Dog get brutally murdered on live television. And, like, I'm not a
True, yeah,
lawyer, right,
they
but it's
better
kinda
not-
weird to me
they
that, like,
better
were
not
able to
murder
drop
Courage
this
the
trailer
Cowardly
in
Dog.
the first place. They didn't already have the
Buttercup?
express approval to
Shut the fuck up, bro. Yo, hell nah. You telling me the Powerpuff Girls got beat by this shit? Hell no, bro. Hell no. Hell no. I've never seen the Powerpuff Girls lose. Fuck
But,
out of
like,
here,
they were
bro.
able to drop
not,
this trailer
not the
in the
Powerpuff
first
Girls
place.
I know.
They didn't already have the express approval to use all of these characters. I mean, they had friggin' Vegeta in the storyboard, so you can just do whatever the fuck you want on YouTube, I guess. Even after I like looked deeper into some of the concept material and found out that the darkness was meant to be memes. It was gonna be memes.
Oh. It's lit,
You didn't know if
fam.
You just saw the trailer, but this was meant to represent internet culture. The bad guy in this show was literally.
You said I hope they stomp Courage out into pink paste. Buddy, you're done. You're done. Go to sleep.
Really brain rot. I can't tell if that's genius or the dumbest fucking idea I've heard in my entire life.
Oh, I hate that picture of the pig man.
The weird thing about Pibby though was that they went to the effort of like making a billboard for it. They had a whole hour on April Fool's Day where they edited her into like other Adult Swim shows like Smiling Friends and Rick and Morty. And yet after all of that, they still said no. But you know, given the understandable legal nightmare of getting the permission to brutally murder like 40 years of cartoon history, this one had like about as much chance of coming out as me making a video with a good thumbnail. So anyway, that's what I got. I think we have some real potential with some of these ideas, okay?
Damn, so Cartoon Network pulled the plug. They said, nah.
Well, we're fucked.
They said, nah, we're not spending money on that. That's crazy. So we could have gotten that if Cartoon Network greenlit it. Fortunately, it did come out. Oh, is it any good or is it ass? Is it worth watching or is it ass? You said the pilot is on YouTube, but it's very watered down. What do you mean watered down? Like it doesn't have the same spookiness as before? Man. The roller coaster game with a horrifying secret. What roller coaster game?
If you've clicked on this video, then you've probably heard of games like Roller Coaster Tycoon, Planet Coaster, and maybe even Parkitect. But the game I'll be talking about today doesn't even have a Wikipedia article and was made by the same company that make Beyblades. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a strange video. And did I mention that this game was made for children but has music and scenes that probably traumatized an entire generation of millennials?
No way! Oh, we're totally watching this. Give me a sec, Chatterinos. You said got 1.5 million views, but does not have the Adult Swim money. All right, Oddity. I'm gonna pull that trigger. Oh my God, yeah, I haven't been on for a couple days. I'm in trouble. I'm gonna have to do this shit. Hitting that 1% in the treasure item is amazing. I agree. All right, let's see this shit.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Here's something that I managed to find within a minute of gameplay. Number of people missing. And if you don't want to go missing in my theme park, consider subscribing to the channel. Released in 2003 for PS2, Roller Coaster World is a theme park management game created by Japanese toy company Takara. I managed to pick this game up for dirt cheap second hand, only paying 50p, which is 0.67 freedom bucks for the Americans out there. With how low the cost was, I was beginning to feel like a character from one of those badly written creepypastas you'd find on forums in the 2010s.
Is this real?
Cursed Mario Kart and get sucked into
I hope this better not be some Pet Scott bullshit.
Like theme parks in
that somebody lied and this is all some ARG just
roller coasters.
Haha, this is a joke.
Happy, such as food stalls, ticket booths, and benches. There are 3 game modes. Management mode, which is what I just described. Challenge mode, where you have to build coasters to increasingly difficult specifications over the course of 5 stages. And quick mode, where you can watch some of the criminal coaster designs the developers have created.
Number of people with nausea, 21. What kind of game is this?
Can change things such
This game is feeling evil. It's kind of like, why would you even have that as like something popping up? Number of people missing, yo, you could just be evil.
Just the time of day and even the location of your park.
It's like you're basically playing God, because it is like a roller coaster simulator, but then it's like you're also like deciding their fates.
I mean, look at all these options. City with mountain, desert island, regular desert, mountain, and jungle. You can even see the difference in free roam when there's a mountain. Using the investment tab, you can unlock the gift shop, which allows you to purchase 1 of 3 items: running shoes, jumping shoes, and like found in all gift shops, a fully functioning jetpack. I'll make sure to grab one next time I head to Thorpe Park. These items can be used in free roam and are quite fun to play around with. I even made a parkour course for the jumping shoes. The coaster designer in this game is the most unique I've ever seen. It's oddly reminiscent of 3D modeling software such as Maya or Blender, and just as irritating to learn. No, that's not what I want to do. Oh my god. Oh my god. What have I done? After controlling the editor worse than the average UK driver, I eventually got the hang of it and built a coaster that only ended the life of 1 person. Okay, so it might sometimes kill people. But my test run it didn't, so I think we're not liable for that. Now at this point, everything I'd seen wasn't really that scary. I was beginning to think that all these comments on YouTube videos were just from children who got scared easily. I think we all had media we consumed as kids that terrified us and left us with nightmares for a few days. We inevitably return years later to see what terrified us so much, only to find that the effect it once had on us is gone. For me, I remember this one show I always watched while eating breakfast with my dad. It was called Raven and was a reality TV show where contestants had to complete fantasy-style challenges, but if they failed, there were these demons that would take you away. This terrified me. I've never seen this chat. It really isn't that scary anymore. Unrelated, but why was the presenter so cute? He was the only reason I watched through the fear. Despite not being a child, there is something off about this game. When you change the background music, you can stumble upon track 17, which is the track I showcased in the beginning of the video. While playing, you get messages about children going missing in your park. At first, there are no people and it feels quite empty, a problem many PS2 games have due to limited hardware. Then you enter the first-person mode, which allows you to explore your park and even ride rides. While here, people start appearing, the issue being they're PNGs, cardboard cutouts that forever face the same direction, lacking any human feel. This must have been added to make your park feel alive, but it's actually quite creepy. Like that village in Japan which has been filled with life-size dolls to make the town feel less abandoned after everyone left. But let's be honest, that's not why you clicked on this video. I mentioned how you can ride rides in the first-person mode. One of these is the Haunted House, and this is where the scariest part of the game lies.
No way. What?
I have a feeling the video game censors missed this because this sure as hell isn't suitable for 3-year-olds. I feel like the game developers created this while bored and implemented it for shits and giggles. As someone who's made games in the past, I know how monotonous some parts of the process are, and it seems like they had some fun. I think the childhood trauma was a small price to pay, and I don't think I'd be talking about it if it wasn't for this. The gameplay of the Haunted House minigame is simple. Make it for each maze-like level and find the exit. The only issue being that you've got ghost friends with you who can phase through walls. And as a player, you're allergic to physical touch, much like a Discord moderator. When a ghost is near, you're not only warned by them emitting a sound worse than my tummy after consuming dairy, but your controller also vibrates. This is a really cool feature, but it gets a bit useless in later levels due to how many ghosts are in the house. Each time you start a level, it has a different maze, meaning you can't just memorize the path to the exit. I completed 10 levels, which was a pain due to how irritating both the controls and ghosts are in the game. On completion, you unlock an unlimited ride ticket, which means you no longer need to pay 20 gold to experience rides. When editing in DaVinci Resolve, I then noticed something. The creepy whispering audio is someone saying something reversed. Turns out I'm not the first person to discover this. The channel who uploaded the soundtrack for Roller Coaster World to YouTube also happened to reverse the audio so we can hear what the voice is saying.
Satan comes soon. Evil devil comes.
Nah, bruh. I do not claim any dark energy from this video. Nah. Nah. I do not claim. Lord is with me. The power of Christ compels you.
Not creepy at all.
Nah, the power of Christ
I can
compels
fully
you.
understand why this mixed
God
with
is
the
in
uncanny
my heart.
gameplay caused so many
I
children
rebuke
to
all
walk away
negative
from this
energy.
experience forever damaged. I got scared very easily when I was younger, so I 100% would have had nightmares from this game if I had played this as a kid. I literally got scared by In the Night Garden. For all its flaws, I feel this minigame was way ahead of its time. Survival horror didn't really break into the market until games like Amnesia spawned several million asset flip horror games in the hopes PewDiePie would play it. The game may not be as good as other coaster sims released at similar times, such as Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, but it is packed with so much charm and it's still fun. I hope that one day we find out more information about this game's development so we can shine a light on why it has such an unsettling vibe, but until then we'll never really know for sure. I really hope you enjoyed the video.
Okay, that's
I've been
it?
working on it for over a month due to not really knowing which direction to take it. I'm mostly pleased with it at this point, but I did remake several sections. and
We're not gonna
leave
talk
things
about the missing children. Children go missing in this part.
around a bit to improve the pacing. Hopefully that's not too noticeable. If you've watched this far, thank you so.
What happened to the spooky? What happened to the children? Good video. Good video. Good video. Super Mario Galaxy movie direct. Did I see this? I think I did see it. And then Baby Bowser had them weird ass eyes. What the fuck?
Payback time.
What? Oil?
Payback time.
Oh, dude.
Go. Run it.
These motherfuckers are clowns.
No way.
Is that for sale?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm gonna get 2 carrot cakes, 1 strawberry, 1 banana, 3 pecans. Are you guys writing this down, or what are we doing?
Bro, I just wonder how the fuck do you get to this mentality to just make this type of content? Fever Dream Bros? Bro, now they're just in a whole cooking shows. They even use the same sounds that the dumbass shows play. What the hell?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
2 butter pecans. Rule number 1, never let the customer see weakness. It's bad for morale. If you don't have the customer's confidence, what do you have? We got 2 carrots, 3 pecans,
Oh
5
my
blueberries,
God.
1 pound cake. Didn't the pound cake order come in like an hour ago?
We're a little behind. It happens.
Okay. Well, the simple fact is, if they would have baked the sponge when they were supposed to, we wouldn't be in this mess. Look, nobody's slacking. What about him? What's he doing?
I was trying to sleep before you guys came in here.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, we should talk. We should really talk.
I think we should talk about it.
Do y'all mind if I talk about something first?
Let's do it.
Oh my god, and it's in this garbage format.
Okay, here I go. Have y'all heard that new conspiracy theory about the mob?
No.
No, tell me more.
So allegedly, the mob has this completely normal bakery where you can walk in and order pies or cakes or whatever, but the whole bakery is just a front so they can distribute their drugs in broad daylight. Apparently, they're hiding the drugs under the pies and then selling them in specially marked boxes.
Why is this reminding me of Breaking Bad?
Dude, right?
Wait, should we kiss?
What?
You the guy?
$100 a gram, take it or leave it.
The pies!
You reselling our product, Joe? Hey, fellas. I think you need an adjustment, Joe. Oh, who do you guys think you are? I think I'm the biggest drug dealer in the history of New York, and there's nothing that you can do to stop me.
We got him.
Get on the ground!
What? What? Bro, I don't know, man. Yeah, it is cinema, bro. I'm overstimulated because it's just there's so many plot holes. There's so many things happening. This is like constant dopamine to the brain. There's non-stop plot twists. You say, I ain't high enough for this. Racing games IRL be like what? Gran Turismo. Whoa, that one is smooth. That one was smooth. Oh my God. Damn.
I'm rocking.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God, that's Steve Harvey? Bruh. Yo, chat, and I don't think I've ever played like 90% of these. I only played Mario Kart. Bro, I was a Mario Kart kid, bro. I hate racing game moments. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Look at them yams. Oh, we're back here? No way. We're actually back. November 16th. Bro, what the fuck? We're back, bro. All these racing videos. 15 minutes of facts and glitches in racing games? Hell no. One of these days, we should have a racing stream. Well, from Mario Kart? Mario Kart 8. Did we just reset? This shit felt like it just reset. I'm all the way down here. Why this shit? Trials in the Sky, second chapter to launch by September 2026. Shut the front door, bro. One of these days, man. Do you see that? Aru Thanksgiving thirst trap? I don't know, bro. Who the hell? Thirst traps. No, thank you. Bold claim. Can definitely surpass the PS3 by next year. Oh, we're back. We're back, chat. I don't even know what to do now. Somebody sent me a video. Who was it? Oddity? Let me see this one. Blue?
You know these damn peas and stuff. You want to put that good smoke on me? Never do it no more. No more.
Yo, no way this is real. This gotta be staged. This gotta be staged.
You know these damn peas and stuff. You want to put that good smoke on me? Never do it no more. No more.
Nah, dude. Child getting put up for adoption? I don't know, bruh. I don't know, bruh. So that kid's getting beat. He said, even if it's a joke, I'm mad. I know, because there are families out there that don't got food, man. Look at those pies, the sweet potato pies. Bruh. Well, what did I want to do? I think I wanted to check on PlayStation what retro games they had on that shit, which I shouldn't even be buying, to be honest with you. You said Watch Mojo? Oh, we haven't watched Watch Mojo in eons. Bro, is that Star Fox Assault, my guy?
Welcome to Mojo Plays, and today we're taking a look at 10 video game franchises that made the unfortunate mistake of changing genres. Sometimes it works for the best, but in these instances, why couldn't we stick to what we do best, guys? Before we begin, we publish new videos all week long, so be sure to subscribe to Mojo Plays and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. The Assassin's Creed series. Once upon a time, the Assassin's Creed games were something to look forward to, with their unique approaches to open-world design and stealth-based gameplay. Unfortunately, the series wound up losing some people after Origins made its debut in 2016. From there on, Assassin's Creed became less focused on stealthy takedowns and clever infiltration, and more on, do what you want. There are so many ways to accomplish your mission.
I don't know.
By the way, have you looked at our skill trees?
Yo,
You can get
look
a
at that
2%
shit.
damage increase with your bow and arrow.
This chain is huge and poorly anchored, it appears.
And no joke, when it comes to Assassin's Creed, bro.
So Assassin's Creed
Assassin's
is now
Creed
a shell
2
of its
was my
former
shit.
self, and it's plagued with some of the most obnoxious action RPG mechanics imaginable.
But Assassin's Creed 2
The Plants vs. Zombies
was fire,
series.
and the one for the PSP was fire. There was no, not PSP. There was one for the PS Vita, and I think it had to do with
Now,
a black
Plants
girl.
vs. Zombies will
That one
always
was
be
tough.
a tower defense game, but for well over a decade, it seemed as if the franchise was being led down a more sinister direction. Throughout the 2010s, the Garden Warfare
Plants vs.
spin-offs
Zombie always
began to
annoyed
take
me.
hold of the IP's
This game looked
identity
fun.
as the only two mainline games faded into obscurity. Granted, all three Garden Warfare games did incorporate some tower defense into them by giving plants and zombies the ability
It
to
is
place
fun.
down plants or zombots at specific
You said I
locations.
tried to get you guys on it ages
Fortunately,
ago.
Battle for Neighborville left a bad taste in the mouths of PvZ fans, with its grindy nature, unbalanced gameplay, and reliance on microtransactions.
Aww. Bro, what is this? This is
Command and
chaotic.
Conquer
You saw the
series.
zombies with the pompadours?
Command and Conquer used to be among the most respectable series in the RTS genre. If you weren't diving into the fantastical world of Age of Mythology or the more grounded Age of Empires, you were likely gelling more with Command and Conquer. Alas, EA can never seem to leave a good thing alone, as they forced the franchise to take a different direction, albeit briefly. EA saw the success of the FPS market
I've never
and thought
played
that
games
for
like
some
this.
reason, CNC
My ass
needed
is
a
not
slice
playing
of
an
that pie
RTS
too.
game.
So developer
That's what I'm saying. I don't
Westwood
think I've ever
Studios
played a
made
game like
to
that.
supposedly expand the lore, and that's why we got Command and Conquer Renegade.
So these games could be fun.
While CNC did not become a shooter moving forward, mechanics integral to strategy games, such as
Pikmin is
resource
technically an
management,
RTS
began
game?
to get
Oh,
dumbed down or
shit,
straight
well,
up
that's
removed
my
in later
first
installments. And no, this
RTS
would
game
not
I've
be
ever
the
played
last
then.
time EA meddled with its developers' projects.
I would love XCOM.
Central Command.
The Dragon Age series.
But now it seems they arrive in
The
hordes.
Dragon Age.
Impressive.
I never
Where'd
played
you learn
Dragon
how to
Age
turn
either.
into a dragon?
See, we're 3 for 3 with EA, and their meddling with Dragon Age was arguably the worst of it. Dragon Age Origins started the franchise out with all the fixings you would expect from a fantasy RPG. Oh, but that didn't do as well as Mass Effect, so we need it to be more heavy on the combat. Oh, so Dragon Age 2 didn't work out either. Okay then, Inquisition needs to have a massive open world since that's the new thing now. All the games are doing it. Huh. That didn't do much better either, huh? Alright, well 10 years after Inquisition, how do you suppose Dragon Age the Veilguard did?
People are dying right now. You need to listen.
Would you believe this single-player action RPG with God of War-esque combat was initially being made as a live service game? The only reason it didn't go that direction is because Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order did so well. Can't ever seem to make a decision when it comes to EA.
Damn.
The Crash Bandicoot series.
Yo, Crash. Yo, my depth
For a good
perception
chunk
in
of
those
his life,
games
Crash
suck
Bandicoot
ass.
managed to stay the course of being a platformer and a platformer only, whether that was in a 2.5D space or a full 3D space. That streak went on from 1996 until 2007, right before Activision's acquisition of the IP and its owner, Vivendi Games. Crash of the Titans made platforming take a back seat in favor of more combat
You
scenarios
said Crash
where Crash
had a
could
good
control
comeback,
vicious
high key.
beasts.
That he did. He had a good revival. Much better than Spyro.
Yeah,
Much better
this
than
was
Spyro,
nothing
at
like the
least. I
games
think
we had all
Spyro,
grown
they
up
brought
with,
back the
and
trilogy
many fans
only.
were flabbergasted at this bizarre direction. Nevertheless, Radical Entertainment and Activision pushed forward with a sequel, though Crash Mind Over Mutant practically nailed the coffin shut until Insane Trilogy came in and revitalized everything.
Damn.
Little sleepy now.
The Spyro the Dragon series.
Man, this game was such a collectathon. Oh my god.
Whereas Crash got to stay in his lane and enjoy himself for the majority of his life, Spyro was taken in all sorts of new directions, albeit more appropriate ones. We went from 3D platformers to 2.5D platforming to full-on epic action-adventure games. Then, the franchise sort of went dark after The
You
Legend
said
of
I love
Spyro
that shit,
Dawn
bro.
of the
I
Dragon.
hated it. I hated
Cinder,
that you had to collect
what happened?
everything.
Where are we?
I don't know. It's all a blur.
Yeah, me too. My head's pounding.
So, how did we end up with a Toys to Life game like Skylanders Spyro's Adventure? Well, turns out Toys for Bob was given the option to revive any old Vivendi IP they wanted. And they wanted to work on a Spyro game, and they eventually landed on the Toys to Life concept, surrounding the dragon with characters that had absolutely no relevance to any of the previous games. At least the Skylanders games were okay in quality for the most part, even if Spyro looked like an angry little pug demon.
He does. Because his nose is like super pushed in.
The Dead or Alive series.
You said what you hate more, Crash or Spyro? It's probably Spyro.
Full admittance, Dead or Alive never
But it's
truly
like a love-hate.
changed genres. All 6 of the main games are 3D fighters with great controls.
I hate it, but I
awesome
love it,
level
but I also
design,
hate it.
And tough as hell fights. Sure, there were only a couple of the volleyball games, but that's where the franchise has gone wrong in recent years.
Yo, there's no way. When I was younger, I could not buy these games. I cannot walk
Look,
into my
if
shop
Dead or
and
Alive
cop
wants
this
to cater
shit
to the
because
more
I'd be like, bro, I know I'm gonna goon to
frustrated,
this.
It's whatever. Make all the extreme beach volleyball and Venus
I know I'm
Vacation
gonna
spin-offs
goon
you
to this
want.
game. That's
But
why I
when
didn't
it's
buy
been
this shit.
Several years
Bro, this
since
game is
Dead or
too
Alive
sexy.
6 and several more since Dead or Alive 5. Well, it doesn't seem like Dead or Alive is a fighting game franchise anymore. Especially when you notice that there are way more volleyball and dating sim spin-offs than there are mainline games. So what even is this franchise anymore, man?
It's about the waifus. Damn.
The Jak and Daxter series.
You finally took a much-needed bath, but in a bathtub filled with
It's funny hearing people reminisce about Jak and Daxter because most of the time, they're nostalgic for the first game. Rarely do you ever hear anybody rave about Jak 2, let alone Jak 3 or The Lost Frontier. The reason?
Yo.
Well, the second game took the series in a gritty direction and mixed in shooter gameplay with platforming. Not a bad move, that is, if your aiming controls worked half the time.
Yeah.
The franchise didn't get any better in Jak 3, and when Lost Frontier dropped on PSP, it was all over. Folks weren't wanting this anymore. They were wanting the fantasy 3D platformer that they played.
Wait a minute.
way back in 2000.
So you telling me this series is ass? So you telling me all this time, y'all telling me to dig in my wallet and play some mid? Bro, y'all been on my dick about, oh, you gotta play this game. And now this bro is over here saying, oh, this shit ass. Like the fans stopped fucking with it since 2 because it started shooting. 3 wasn't any better, and then 4 was the nail in the coffin. What? You say you listening to watch Mojo?
In Jak 3, and when Lost Frontier dropped on PSP, it was all over.
I
Folks
don't know.
weren't wanting this anymore. They were wanting the fantasy 3D platformer that they played way back in 2002. And that's why you don't have any more Jak and Daxter games.
Shut your bitch ass up. The guy saying this is an actual dumbass. We fans love all 3 mainline aside from the
We
PSP
fans
game.
love all
No
3
one asked for
mainlines
it.
aside from the PSP game no one asked for.
Britsky.
If you want a nostalgic IP that seemed
Take it
to
for the
always
biddies, baby.
change its face every new game, Star Fox was going through the most extreme
Star
case
Fox,
of identity
bro.
crisis. So Star Fox and Star Fox 64 were both on rails.
Star Fox 64, hot take, shit was ass. I don't care, bro. The only reason why I got into Star Fox high key is because Smash Bros. Melee, and then when I played Star Fox Adventures for the first time. Then Star Fox Assault. Oh my god, look how many people in the chat. Shut your bitch ass up. The guy saying this is an actual dumb fuck. We fans loved all the 3 mainline games. Oh my god, copy pasta of death.
Shooters, and we all know and love how those games play. But then, Miyamoto saw Rare working on an adventure game called Dinosaur Planet, and for some reason told them to use Star Fox characters instead.
Yes. Yo, nah. Look at these combos, bro. Look at the combat in this game. Fox was spin, spin, smack. Bro, the combat was tough in this game. Look at this. Boom. Bro, nah, bro, nah. That game was fire.
Back in the right direction, but not before Namco went and made a third-person shooter called Star Fox Assault.
This game was
said
tough.
Star Fox 64 3D. This is what the franchise is: linear, on-rails shooting in space. Remember? Oh yeah, that's right, replied Nintendo, as they shoved a cinematic camera into Star Fox Zero.
Yo.
And that's how the franchise never caught on.
Yeah, Star Fox Zero, what happened? Yo, bro, this game, the amount of promotion, Nintendo was promoting this game so much too, bro. Remember the promo for this game? Like, they all had, like, puppets and shit. Yo, I could have sworn they even had the puppets. Like, you know, when Nintendo makes puppets, them motherfuckers is big investing in that bitch. Yo.
And lastly, Fortnite.
Yo, that Fortnite skin crazy. Look at them yams. Shit.
Of any video game ever made, none have gone through such a drastic change.
It was 69
as
on
Fortnite.
Metacritic.
Hey everyone.
Nice.
You remember when it was supposed to be this forgettable third-person shooter with tower defense mechanics? Yeah. But then they went and put in that Battle Royale mode that caught everybody's attention. And admittedly, it is still pretty good. Well, now it's barely either of those things. Fortnite has now become what we'll call the executive's favorite video game. It's a game that is literally everything and anything, as it relies on external licenses of IPs and game modes made by the player base itself instead of the developers. The battle royale aspect is still massively
It's kind of like
popular, yes,
it's kind of
and
like
the original game has its own
Fort
group of
Box.
fans.
Yes,
But
it's
when
like
you log
Roblox.
in and you see some of this really weird AI generated game mode thrown in your face, what even is this, man? Fortnite's become completely unrecognizable.
I can't lie though, this race world look cool as hell.
Which gaming franchise do you think has changed for the worse? Did it make our list? Let us.
Fort Box. W Fort Box, chat. W Fort Box. W Fort Box. I have another Watch Mojo vid, but it's 22 minutes long. If you don't want to watch it, I understand. But what is it though? Watch Mojo been going crazy. What the hell? They're going live? 10 upcoming games that are already doomed. Already doomed?
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was
Fable?
gonna make a sandwich. Okay. Let's do it.
Welcome to Mojo Plays, and today we're taking a look at 10 upcoming games that may already be doomed to fail. Trust us, we would love for every video game to be
They
good.
said trust
but
us.
These ones are showing some major
He said
red
these
flags.
ones.
This is your legacy.
Before we begin, we publish new videos all week long.
A literal
So be sure to
Doom
subscribe to
video.
Mojo
It's a
Plays
doomer
and click
video.
the bell to be notified about our latest videos. Gothic Remake.
What's your
Gothic.
story? Why'd they throw you in? Look, usually I'm the guy who gives the Greenbloods the rundown. But a rock slide cut us off from the valley, so I have other things on my mind right now.
It's always cool to see old and obscure IPs get resurrected with remakes to reintroduce themselves to new audiences. But in the case of Gothic, things are looking really rough. For starters, this
All
game
these Watch
has
Mojo
seen
videos
way
are
more
giving
cinematic
Rios
trailers
more
than
content on the
gameplay
channel.
throughout its entire
Oh
marketing
shit.
cycle. It's
Rios.
already cause for concern. But when we tried out the demo for ourselves, it became a lot harder to have faith in this
More
product.
slop.
Granted, this was just a demo. We get that. The thing is that it was so boring and dragged on for so long with not a lot to do. If the final game is going to wind up as slow-paced as the demo, a lot of players are going to dip. Be prepared for a vocal minority to start claiming, it gets good after 14 hours. Bruh, no.
Gets good after 14 hours.
The formation of the barrier went out of control. I know the other mages haven't, but I'm
You say
not
games that shouldn't have
like
been
the other
canceled?
mages.
I'll search for it.
Terrifier, the arcade game.
This game looked like some YouTuber game.
In the modern age of gaming, it's almost no surprise to see a horror movie or TV series suddenly get a video game adaptation. For Terrifier, it was a welcoming announcement considering how great the second and third movies were. But in came the question, what does Terrifier even look like as a video game? Well, we got our answer, and it's not looking good. After playing the demo that is currently available on Steam, we're feeling like Terrifier the arcade game is gonna wind up being the most uninspired beat-em-up since Double Dragon 4 back in 2017. Nothing here feels satisfying to do. The sound design is pitiful, Viscera is lacking, which is weird to say considering how graphic.
It looks like slop. It looks like somebody went into like a beat 'em up editor, and then they just put the character in and say, yo, just publish this shit the way that it is. Fuck it. This shit is ass. Like, this literally a Scott... Oh, it's a Scott Pilgrim ripoff? Shit. Cash grab game? Damn.
Terrifier is, and the combat is more bare bones than Art's Victims. With the release date just around the corner from the time we record this video, we have to ask what went wrong here.
Yeah, that shit look like ass.
Code Violet.
Code Violet. Uh-oh.
If you were hoping for one last original horror game to appear before the end of 2025, Code Violet is that last outing for you. Unfortunately, it's not shaping up to be a good PS5 exclusive outing.
Uh-oh.
Tell us, how do you list a game's release date and not include any screenshots or videos? There is gameplay to watch on the official PlayStation YouTube channel. Alas, it's not doing the game any favors. The demo shown was mostly just going into empty rooms, picking up items,
Don't
and
buy
moving
this
some
game.
objects here and there. For what little combat was shown, it's just your run-of-the-mill survival
Yeah,
horror
do
game.
not buy this
The only thing
game.
different between Code
Damn,
Violet
but them
and the big hitter
but them character model, look at them yams though.
run-of-the-mill survival horror
Oh
game.
my
The
god.
only thing different between
God, look, chat. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Oh my god.
Code Violet and
bro.
the big hitters is that Code Violet just seems to be doing the bare
Character
minimum
model
here.
is
We just hope that we're
clean.
wrong when the game drops on December 12th.
Double cheeked up character model. Wait a minute, you're in the future getting attacked by a dinosaur?
Paranormal Activity, found footage.
Hell no.
Carbon monoxide. Or some kind
I
of...
would never play a paranormal activity
Yeah,
game,
but-
bro.
I mean, you'd be feeling like this too.
For those unaware of their existence, Dread XP is a games publisher that has helped put out some amazing
No
horror
way.
titles, specifically ones that exude the vibes of retro horror games. Well, in February 2024, Dread XP put out a teaser for their next biggest game, a game set in the Paranormal Activity franchise. Look,
Neo,
Dread
you killing
XP
me.
has some remarkable games in its portfolio, between White Knuckle, Amanda the Adventurer, and My Friendly Neighborhood.
He says a lot of
But
adult
who,
humor in it. I think
in
Dragon
the
2
year
3 like PG-13 GTA.
is begging for a video game based on found footage style horror movies that don't get scary until the final 5 minutes. It's an even
He
more
said, "Brothers not
confusing
believing
venture
you?
to
No, I'll
invest in
believe 'em."
When Paranormal Activity started floundering the second that we saw the second movie. We just pray Dread XP has something really unique here. They usually do, but this is a licensed game to really worry about. Fable.
The world
Fable.
is filled with stories.
Who knows anymore?
Of legendary heroes and treacherous villains.
Much like Dread XP, we have nothing against Playground Games. You want a good racing game? The Forza Horizon series are some of the best racing games you could ever play. They know their stuff. But when it comes to making a fantasy RPG, like say a reboot of Fable, well, we got questions for project management because this is such a mismatch between developer and IP. Even if you ignore that aspect, you cannot
Fable's
negate
going
the
to
insane
surprise
amount of
everyone,
time
you
that
guys.
Playground Games has been working on this.
When was this trailer
Fable's
shown?
reboot
Hasn't it been
leaked
years?
Way back in 2018.
2018?
Before it got an official teaser in 2020. It has been in development for years and years.
Oh my
and years.
God.
It doesn't help that some reports have suggested periods where development faced severe troubles behind closed doors. Do we even need to mention Xbox's awful streak of new releases over the last 5 years? It's bad, man. And as a Fable fan, I'm worried about this.
I'm going to fix it. This place. And no one is going to stand
Oh,
in my
that's the
way.
girl that was on
Prince
Twitter.
of Persia: The Sands of Time remake. This could have been such an easy win for Ubisoft.
Ubisoft.
A remake of the best Prince of Persia game ever made, the one that helped birth Assassin's Creed. Slam dunk. At least that's what we thought until we saw the game. Fans made sure Ubisoft knew they were vehemently pissed about the horrendous visuals, so much so that it actually prompted the company to delay the game. But when that new release window was approaching, Ubisoft began refunding people for their pre-orders with no new release window given. Ubisoft swears development is going great, but here's the problem. Since all of this went down in 2020, 2021, Sony has figured out PS2 emulation for PS4 and PS5, while Nintendo has begun putting out GameCube titles on the Switch too.
Oh, my bad,
So, at what point do you just cut your losses and re-release the original game? That
They ain't
really
never gonna
might
do
be
that
your
shit.
best direction, honestly.
I brought this on us.
You are brave. And good.
Don't let go!
Vakulukien.
Spellcasters Chronicles.
Where past, present, and future entwine. Where the gods
Spellcaster
once
Chronicles?
shaped the fate of man and empires.
In case you've never heard of this title, this is the newest online PvP game coming to you from the minds behind Detroit Become Human, Heavy Rain, and Beyond Two Souls. Care to guess what our issue is with this? Yes, Quantic Dream, the studio known for making interactive movies, is entering the live service space with their own competitive third-person shooter. Look, we're all for studios trying new things, but Quantic Dream is in such a weird position that it makes this pivot seem really strange. In the 7 years since Detroit Become Human, the studio has been toiling away on their own Star Wars game, which we have only seen a teaser of. So is Spellcasters Chronicles a simple distraction, or a desperate attempt to bring in more revenue? Whichever way you see it, something feels very off here.
It looks cool, but everyone says it's gonna flop.
Dissidia Dual M Final Fantasy.
Yo, Final Fantasy art always hits.
Good news, everyone! Dissidia Final Fantasy is coming back! Bad news, though. It's a mobile game. And yes, the news gets worse. It's a mobile game that is going to reuse the 3v3 format of Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. For those unaware, NT was released in 2016 and failed to meet the expectations of OG fans. On top of the messy UI and microtransactions, NT was oversimplified in its controls and mechanics, a drastic departure from the complexities of previous games and how each character functioned. It wound up making NT insanely boring to play.
Wow.
And with Dual M reusing the formula, we have a feeling Square Enix is just going to make the same mistakes it made way back then.
That sucks.
Halloween.
A quiet town.
That sucks. I know a lot of people are going to be like, damn, I wanted this shit.
All across America. A town just like yours.
We're trying so hard not to be down on all these multiplayer titles, but there are so many developers that are setting themselves up for failure. IllFonic and Gun Media are next, as they're struggling to make a dent in asymmetrical multiplayer horror. Ever since Friday the 13th, the game had its plug pulled, both companies have struggled to capture lightning in a bottle again, with flops like Killer Clowns from Outer Space, Predator Hunting Grounds, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
Dylan Knight has the
and
next
Ghostbusters
video.
Spirits Unleashed.
What is it?
All of these games went through 12 to 18 months of post-launch support, which you could almost barely call that at the bare minimum level, before being completely abandoned by both the publisher, developer, and the player base.
What?
The frustration has grown amongst the community to the point where many are just flocking to Dead by Daylight now. And from what we've seen of Halloween, we can already tell the balance is going to be absolutely abysmal. Don't be surprised when bully squads begin popping up 2 days after launch.
So why he looks so skinny, he does.
Game of Thrones, War for Westeros.
Game of Thrones, War of Westeros. All right, let's see what this is. War of Westeros. Damn, bro, 20 minutes? All right.
Welcome to Mojo Plays, and it's becoming increasingly clear that publishers either don't know what gamers really want, or are purposely ignoring them.
Oh, don't show me that dumbass hallway. I know that dumbass hallway by heart. I know that dumbass hallway by heart.
Catch a deep breath. It'll be the last fresh air you'll get for a while.
Fresh air is overrated. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. Super Mario Spikers.
Oh, this game looks tough. Ooh.
Mario and friends have dabbled in nearly every sport under the sun, even competed in the Olympics a few times.
Is that a Moogle?
But there is one sport that has been almost completely overlooked by the mustachioed plumber: volleyball. While volleyball does appear in Mario Sports Mix, there were originally plans for a Mario Striker-style game utilizing the beach favorite pastime. The pitch was originally greenlit by Nintendo, but after demoing the game, decided to cancel the project.
Why?
Their reasoning was the game was deemed too violent, as it featured WWE-style finishing moves that had characters routinely beating down or even stomping on rival players.
Nintendo, y'all bunch
While this
of...
likely could have easily been toned down.
Nintendo, y'all bunch of... Nintendo, y'all bunch of... Oh, I don't want to see Princess Peach getting 1-2 skip to Maloo. You don't want to see Luigi get beat up. You don't want to see Donkey Kong get beat up. Come on, bruh.
Nintendo overreacted and canceled the game outright instead.
Damn!
Pirates of the
That
Caribbean,
looked tough.
Armada of the Damned.
Captain Sterling, you see. I knows him. Served under him through. Was a gunner on the Nemesis. Got your attention now, eh?
Nope.
Pirates of the Caribbean became a runaway success at the box office for Disney, so naturally, a video game adaptation wasn't far behind. With no sign of Jack Sparrow on the horizon, players would have been given a ship and a crew and an open world in which they could explore both land and sea, filled with supernatural elements and even full-scale naval battles. The scope of the project was ambitious and borrowed heavily from the Assassin's Creed series, who would ironically take to the seas a few years later after Armada of the Damned's cancellation. Players were even given the choice of what type of pirate they wanted to be through their choices, honorable
fuzzy.
or feared. Disney ended up
I don't even know what the
canceling
fuck was
game
going
during
on
some
there.
Restructuring, and would-be pirates would have to wait for Black Flag to properly take
I saw
the
some
sea.
fuzzy content.
What in the bloody hell are you?
You have come to punish us.
American McGee's Alice Asylum. American
Alice
McGee's
Asylum.
Alice series has always been something of a cult favorite, but despite the creator's best efforts, his planned trilogy is likely never going to see its conclusion. After putting together a detailed proposal and pitch, complete with artwork, storyboards, concepts, and a
Wow,
full
the
script,
concept art looks
EA
amazing.
passed on the planned third game, claiming a bunch of corporate jargon that essentially the game wouldn't be profitable for them to invest in, while also refusing to even sell the license back to American McGee, claiming that Alice is still a valued property in their portfolio. Asylum was planned to answer many of the burning questions left open by the previous entries, while also tying up the numerous plot threads
Bro,
left
is this like the whole game to the detail that he wants to make and they told him no? This is like everything he wants to do with the game?
by the end of Madness Returns. But EA is gonna EA and refuses to give in to fan outcry for a finale to the cult series. Mega Man Universe.
That's terrible, bro. And you already know the publisher won't sell it back
these days, but back during the initial days of Little Big Planet
because they don't
and
want
Mario
to give
Maker,
that
which still only
give the person the
started out,
opportunity
another
to be
beloved
successful.
franchise almost had his chance as well. Mega Man Universe would have allowed players to design their own levels, bosses, and power-ups based around Mega Man assets, edit existing levels, and share them online for other creators to play. Basically, it was Mega Man Maker. However,
Mega Man Maker
Universe took things a step further and allowed players to completely customize not only their levels, but also the Blue Bomber himself.
That's cool.
Players would have been able to swap parts and interchangeable chips to give Mega Man different powers. There was also DLC planned with other Capcom properties such as Street Fighter and Ghosts and Goblins. But after the departure of Kenji Inafune from Capcom, the game was ultimately cancelled due to various circumstances.
Damn.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Patriots.
Ropes are set. On your lead. Hostiles ahead. Take them out. Engage.
The Rainbow Six series hasn't seen a new single-player entry since Rainbow Six Vegas 2 in 2008. However,
Damn.
players got a glimpse of what the next entry in the tactical shooter series could have been, and it showed quite a lot of promise. The title would have seen players encountering a populist militia group known as
They want it
the
to be
True
Super Mario
Patriots
Maker so
and
bad.
confronting them through the streets of New York as the group waged war on Wall Street. The story would have given players a more emotionally charged narrative than previous entries, and the moral choices associated with the tactics used to put an end to the group. The gameplay footage looks solid and reminiscent of the Series 24 with its politically charged narrative and blistering intensity. The game was ultimately cancelled after most of the creative team was let go, and given Siege's success, we'll likely never get another single-player Rainbow Six game again.
Damn.
Still in the kill radius. We're out of time. I'm sorry. Over here now. No, hey, no, don't do this. No, what did you do?
Aliens Crucible. Alien games typically fall into a few select categories: shooter, horror, or strategy. But Obsidian almost let players explore the Alien universe in a new way with a wholly unique approach. A player choice driven RPG.
Bro, you
Taking
get
heavy
chased by the
inspiration from
aliens?
Mass
I would
Effect
never
series,
want to play
players
that.
and their squad would be forced to survive a xenomorph infestation in their space colony.
I would
Each
never
squad
want to play
member
that
would have
shit.
their own strengths and weaknesses, as well as specific skills and attributes that would make them invaluable in operating and escaping the facility. The most interesting aspect of the game
Said
would
play
come from the moral
Isolation, bro.
choices
I'm
involved should
specifically
someone
not
become
playing
infected by a
Isolation because I'm
facehugger,
scared of this
and they
motherfucker.
need to decide their fate.
Look at
The game
him.
was ultimately canceled despite being nearly complete in favor of Alien Isolation, so it's not all bad, but it certainly would have been one of the most intriguingly unique approaches to the Alien universe.
I'll be
Third,
alright.
Adam Jensen, Deus Ex.
Not gonna go
Y'all want to
wonky
see me
on this
suffer.
now, Hansa.
Y'all want to see me suffer.
What if I do, McCready? I guarantee you'll never see it coming.
The original Deus Ex game is
I
one of the
heard
most
these
influential
games were
titles of
tough.
all time, and while that was always going to be difficult to compete with, Eidos Montreal crafted two solid adventures for newcomer Adam Jensen. in
Alice
his own
Madness
prequel series to the
Returns is one
original
of the
Deus
best
Ex.
game I played
However,
back on the
both titles
PS3, and even replaying back on PS4 it still held up. EA robbed us of one best stories based on Alice, and it fucking sucks that American McGee has lost all interest in the game. I highly recommend you all to play Madness Returns, it's such a gem.
So what you're saying is, American McGee, we gotta go find him. That's what you're saying.
Titles were
I'll
marred
check
by
it out.
controversy, particularly the
Alice
most recent
Madness
entry, Mankind Divided,
Returns?
which publisher
Is
Square
it on the
Enix
Steam Deck?
notoriously interfered with. However, even with all the behind-the-scenes turmoil, fans were still anxiously awaiting the final entry in Jensen's story, only for Square Enix to sell the Deus Ex IP to Embracer, who almost immediately cancelled any potential conclusion. Story details were at least revealed by series writer Mark Cersei, in which Jensen's destiny was never to put an end to the Illuminati, but to cause the events of the original Deus Ex. Such a shame fans will never get to experience these events firsthand.
Agent Jensen! Am I gonna have a problem with you?
No, sir. No reason to assume you would.
Project Sabbath. The rather decisive ending of Rocksteady's Batman Arkham Knight, in which Bruce initiates the Nightfall Protocol after his identity is revealed, was a satisfying conclusion to the series while also leaving the potential for a continuation. While Rocksteady moved on to Suicide Squad, WB Montreal, the developers of the criminally underrated Batman Arkham Origins, started on
Yup,
what
I found
could
it
have
in the
been
store.
perfect follow-up to the Arkham trilogy. Fast forwarding years later, and Damian Wayne has taken up the mantle of Batman in a Gotham heavily influenced by the Batman Beyond run of the Caped Crusader.
Whoa.
Familiar villains would have
Did
returned,
bro just say a
including
bunch of
resurrected
spoilers?
Poison Ivy, alongside villains new to the franchise. Project Sabbath would have also utilized the Nemesis system while giving players a futuristic, neon-soaked Gotham overrun by criminals to explore. The title was unfortunately cancelled, and we got Gotham Knights instead. What did we do to deserve this? Star Wars 1313.
Damn.
I'm starting to think you brought me along just to do your dirty work.
This one still stings, especially given the current state of Star Wars under Disney. In development prior to Disney's acquisition of the license, Star Wars 1313 would have given us the origin story of the most famous bounty hunter in the galaxy, Boba Fett,
Really?
as he made a name for himself deep in the undercity of Coruscant on level 1313. Players would have had access to the myriad of bounty hunting gadgets familiar to the trade, and pursued numerous bounties throughout the lower levels, slowly building Boba's reputation amongst the criminal underworld. Star Wars 1313 even had creator George Lucas's involvement, tweaking the story and offering the developers additional Star Wars content to use within the game.
That's
the game's
cool.
debut trailer was an unprecedented hit with fans, featuring fast-paced cover-based shooting and Uncharted-style climbing, along with a cinematic presentation that rivaled the films. So, naturally, Disney killed it, and then later the entire franchise.
Damn, that sucks. You sure you're happy with the Jedi series though? Bro, I gotta continue playing that shit. My backlog just fucked.
Earthblade. One of the most recent cancellations on our list,
Earthblade?
Earthblade was developer Extremely OK Games' follow-up to their smash indie hit Celeste. While not much is known about the actual game besides its gorgeous fantasy art style and likely pitch-perfect platforming, the game would have had an open-world Metroidvania-style exploration gameplay and likely a deeply personal and emotional story similar to Celeste's, involving exploring the remnants of a ruined Earth reclaimed by nature. Despite great fan anticipation, numerous behind-the-scenes issues eventually led to the developer announcing Earthblade's cancellation in January 2025.
Damn.
Promising to continue developing games, just one on a smaller scale than Earthblade. Dead Space 4.
Does anyone read us out here?
Look at his face. What the fuck is that?
EA strikes again, this time canceling the continuation of the Dead Space series after their heavy-handed involvement forcing a more action-style approach to the game's combat, in addition to co-op and the numerous microtransactions, completely pivoted the direction of the third entry and turned off a lot of fans of the series. However, the devs still had plans for a fourth game to complete Isaac's journey, with the idea for the fourth entry focusing on survival-style gameplay as players scavenge to survive the Brethren Moons and the infestation of necromorphs. The gameplay would have been more open-ended, allowing players to continue the story at their own discretion, rather than the linear nature of the previous titles. But EA, unable to take any accountability for Dead Space 3's failure, cancelled plans for a fourth game. Not only that, but they even canceled the planned Dead Space 2 remake after the original failed to meet expectations.
I quit trying to make sense of it all back on the Ishimura. Come on, this can't be real. Wait, what are we supposed to do now?
Sleeping Dogs 2.
So what they get you
Damn.
on? Nothing that'll stick. Ha! Well, don't let them.
You said the creator's trying his best to pitch
Square Enix
to EA
joins
about
our
Dead
list
Space
again,
4
this
still
time
going
killing
now.
what could have been the only true challenger to GTA. Open world sandbox games were a dime a dozen after the success of the GTA trilogy, but one game managed to step out of that series' shadow with its unique setting, engaging characters, parkour-inspired traversal, and brutal, impactful combat with immensely satisfying environmental finishers. Naturally, despite strong reviews and player reception, and selling 1 million copies
The
at
racing
launch,
looks cool.
Square Enix said the game failed to meet expectations.
Bro, look how much people's
as
on the
usual,
floor.
likely expecting GTA
Should look like
numbers.
Kingdom Hearts.
The developer United Front Games was shut
The
down
1000
almost immediately,
Heartless.
but would later detail their plans for an ambitious sequel that would have featured a new city, possible co-op, and even elements that would have tracked the crimes you committed, making some areas of the game more difficult due to police presence. Seems like nothing is ever good enough for Square Enix anymore.
Sorry to hear that, Sifu. So was I. This collection meant a lot to me. But sometimes you just have to let things go.
Days Gone 2.
Okay. Yeah, shut up! Shut up! This ain't no eulogy!
Days Gone got a raw deal from Sony, and there's very little to argue that fact. Despite porting and updating the game numerous times and 9 million copies sold, Sony refused to allow developer Bend Studio to begin work on a sequel. Days Gone released to mid-reviews due to several bugs and glitches, but with all those kinks ironed out, the community fell in love with this open-world zombie apocalypse filled with motorcycles and roaming hordes of zombies. For whatever reason, Bend Studio wasn't given the green light to begin the sequel, despite
look how much
having
you
numerous
burning
ideas
them.
on how to evolve the
That looks
series, including
crazy.
co-op, deeper motorcycle and character customization, new areas, and even base building and survival
As a PS5
mechanics.
version?
Unfortunately, it seems unlikely these ideas or the franchise will ever see a proper sequel.
Oh,
as both
hell
Bend
no.
Studio and Sony have moved on from the property.
I thought you weren't going to give a speech.
Yeah, I screwed up. How the hell was it?
You know, it was alright for an outlaw biker.
Titanfall 3.
I'm a long way.
Damn, Titanfall 3 was killed for Apex Legends.
I hope I can live up to the honor.
Oh look, it's EA again. What a surprise. EA purposely sabotaged the Titanfall series, launching the highly acclaimed sequel smack in the middle of their own Battlefield 1 and Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, splitting the potential player base. Despite all these handicaps, Titanfall 2 managed to develop an extremely loyal fan base, and the critical reception of the game made a third entry seem inevitable. Plans for a third Titanfall game looked to give players everything they could have wanted, incorporating elements from multiplayer such as more organic boss battles, allowing players to confront these enemies either in Titans or
Oh
on
shit!
foot,
Is that
and
the
a lessening new
Peacekeeper?
story.
No, not the
Instead, focusing
Peacekeeper.
on
What's that
branching
shotgun
paths
called?
that, depending on their choices, would have
I'm
led to one
tweaking.
of 4 different endings. There were even already plans for additional
That's that one
content
gun.
via DLC. Sadly, Titanfall 3 was scrapped only 10 months
Not the
into
Mozambique, the other
development, and many of
shotgun
the ideas were
in
pivoted
Apex
into
that you
Apex
get from the
Legends.
care package. But then it became a common weapon in the later seasons.
What are you doing?
Trust me.
Gotham by Gaslight. The unexpected success of Rocksteady's Batman Arkham
I forgot.
Asylum made them the more or less de facto developer of Batman video games, but there was almost one more before the Arkhamverse dominated everything Batman.
Titanfall was
Based on
fire.
the one-shot comic series of the same name, Gotham by Gaslight would have seen a Victorian Batman contending with Jack the Ripper, terrorizing the streets of London, while also crossing paths with 19th century versions of other familiar characters like the Joker and Commissioner Gordon. Although canceled
What?
early in development, some test footage does exist, and the Victorian architecture could have given players a world unlike anything else in Batman's history to explore, as well as unique gameplay features such as a dedicated slow-mo button and steampunk-style gadgets for Batman to use. Sadly, a myriad of rights issues gave Gotham by Gaslight no fighting chance. Project Ragtag. Another entry, another stupid EA decision. After parting ways with Naughty Dog,
Everything's gonna
Amy
be
Hennig
EA.
joined Visceral Games to work on a single-player game in the Star Wars universe. The game would have followed a group of would-be scoundrels attempting to pull off the biggest heist the galaxy had ever seen, along with a little classic familiar drama sprinkled in for good measure. Sticking to her strengths, Amy Hennig pitched the game as a cinematic third-person linear action-adventure shooter in the same vein as the Uncharted series. However, the writing was on the wall
Oh, didn't we
early on
just
in
see this one?
development as EA continuously moved developers and resources to Battlefront, their current moneymaker, alongside issues with the restrictive Frostbite engine being
Nah, this is a
ill-equipped
different
to
one?
handle a third-person
Yo, Star
style
Wars gets
game.
a lot of
While some
pitches.
claim the project was too ambitious in scope, it's more likely EA wanted to prioritize live service games they could over-monetize. Silent Hills.
Come on, man. Fuck off with that damn hallway, bro. I'm tired of that hallway, bro.
Silent Hills will forever be one of the most frustrating game
bro, come
cancellations
on.
in the entire industry.
Come on, son.
Initially revealed in August
that
2014
shit on my face,
as
bro.
PT, or a playable teaser, fans soon discovered it was secretly a demo for the in-development Silent Hills game starring Norman Reedus and directed by Hideo Kojima and Guillermo del Toro. Fans immediately went crazy, poring over the demo for hidden secrets and messages, while behind the scenes, Konami and Kojima were in turmoil. In April 2015, Konami split with the Metal Gear Solid creator and promptly canceled all his future projects, including Silent Hills, despite the game having already been in development for almost 3 years, even going so far as to delete PT from the marketplace, leaving the only way to even play the demo was to keep it installed on your hard drive at all times.
Damn.
The move was rightfully seen as extremely petty on Konami's part.
Damn, does she rip you open?
Finally tracked me down, huh? Somebody shoot this motherfucker.
And run.
The original Prey for the then brand new Xbox 360 was a standout title with its unique approach to combat, world design, and especially the trippy portal bending mechanics. A sequel was announced and quietly went dark for years before finally resurfacing in 2011 with an impressive debut trailer showcasing an entirely new approach to the series. Instead of reprising their role as Tommy from the original, players would instead become an amnesiac.
The PT died for Silent Hill, F
human
low-key
who was
fire
lost in
exchange.
space after his flight crashed into the
Yo,
sphere
Silent
in the
Hill
first
F,
game.
bro.
This new approach to gameplay, featuring a myriad of gadgets, new traversal
said Kojima
options,
Glaze
and a
is
Star
crazy?
Wars galaxy amount of alien
You already
species
know,
to
man.
interact with, Prey 2 solidified
Kojima
its place
needs
on
the
gamers'
glaze.
radar in a big way. Unfortunately, publisher Bethesda pushed unrealistic deadlines and milestones on the developer, eventually leading to both parting ways and Prey 2 being cancelled entirely.
Oh, what is that?
Scalebound.
Hardly seems like a fair fight. Just one of you against all of us.
Scalebound, I remember this.
go, big guy!
It's no secret that Xbox has been hurting for exclusives since the Xbox One generation. So why then would they cancel the one project that had even the slightest potential to become a system seller?
Oh my god,
Scalebound from Platinum
it's
Games was
everywhere.
by far the
I can't
Xbox
clean
One's
this
most
all up.
anticipated title, with each new trailer only furthering the hype for
You can't
fans.
clean what
The
all
idea
up?
of
What do you
teaming up
mean?
with your own fully customizable
Snack? Oh,
dragon
come on, clean
companion
yourself
and
up,
battling
man.
enemies with your dragon at your side, with your
Thank
own
you.
dragon-like powers
Thank you,
and dynamic
Snack.
swordplay, or taking to the skies on the back of your
Thank
dragon,
you, man.
checked off
That
so
shit
many
nasty.
boxes of every fantasy fan's ultimate RPG that Scalebound seemed like a surefire hit. The brilliant character designs, especially the dragons, and vibrantly expansive world popped off the screen, but sadly, balancing all the elements, including online multiplayer, proved to be too ambitious for the team, and Microsoft ultimately shelved Scalebound for good.
Damn.
Prince of Persia: Redemption.
Uh-oh.
Long before the recent resurgence in the license, the Prince of Persia was stuck in limbo outside of some DLC cosmetic packs in other Ubisoft properties.
DMC
That
style
didn't have to be
combat.
the case, however, had a pitch in the mid-2000s been picked up by Ubisoft. Footage of Prince of Persia Redemption was leaked in 2012 and featured a wildly ambitious new direction for the prince. The pre-rendered concept footage showcased the prince's trademark acrobatic abilities and
Oh my
rewind
God,
mechanics
he got
alongside
poked.
new powers such as a dash and an arm that would allow him to grip onto surfaces. Filled with cinematic camera angles and new multi-enemy combat, the new approach to Prince of Persia was clearly influenced by Ubisoft's other parkour series, Assassin's Creed, and the epic scale of the Uncharted games. As longtime Prince of Persia fans, it's hard not to imagine.
Wait, so
what could
hold
have
up.
been.
Prince of Persia, his power, he could get poked up like that, die, and then go back a couple seconds. That means that he's unbeatable. He would just always dodge you. You said, nah, I could beat. Yo, the way I saw Caprisa go like this, I could beat him. He said I could take his ass. I'll win. Man.
Instead of our beloved prince being trapped in
Richard,
the
my
sands
brother,
of
where's
time.
your quarter zip? Yo, I had a quarter zip. The other day I had a quarter zip. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. The other day I had a quarter zip. I was looking fresh. He said Big Dick Randy solos. What the hell is this? That shit's too loud. That shit's too loud, bro. That shit's too loud, bro. That shit's too loud. Hollow Knight's developers saying that they expect Silksong to lose out at the Game Awards. Expedition 33. Oh, yeah. Obsessional and broadly palatable, whereas we're on the knife's edge where it appeals to some and infuriates others. They talk about me. They talk about me, bro. That's me. That's literally me. Playing Hollow Knight after watching Redditors hype it up for years.
Oh, that was the worst piece of crap I've ever seen.
Oh my God, that was an abomination. That was awful.
My ass is actually sore. My ass is actually.
My ass is actually sore. That's how I was feeling.
That was awful.
My ass is actually sore. My ass is actually sore.
That is fucking funny, bro. Oh my god. Okay, I wouldn't call Silksong garbage. I love the game, but that's fucking funny. Absolute piece of garbage. My ass is sore. That is so funny, bro. Now, Watch Mojo got it. Wow. The 30 best GameCube games. I can't even, bro. The 30 best GameCube games. You said 5 more years. I think you like this short animated series called The Alien Stage. Animated series. The hardest item to get in video games. Compilation. An hour and 40 minutes, you're fucking smoking. The 20 hardest items to get in Final Fantasy. I know Final Fantasy got some difficult items. 20 things that only adults notice in Nintendo games. Whoa. Whoa. Watch Wisteria Wand. Coco. Hold on. This feeling, it's been so long. So long what, Rolla? I'm so excited right now.
Games
Oh! Steve with the schmeat!
have a reputation for being family friendly, but that doesn't mean some more mature elements don't slip through the cracks.
Yo, you don't know about the Steve schmeat. Steve with the schmeat. You said chat owes me a foot job? Hey, yo. Hey, yo, buddy.
Welcome to Mojo Plays, and today we're looking at things only adults will notice in Nintendo games.
What would they notice? Only adults. Yo, Zesty Frog! Bro, I love this motherfucker. He was in Jolly Roger's Bay. Goo-goo, goo-goo.
But before we dive in, we publish new
have
content
all.
all week long. So be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. The Swordsman's Request. The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask.
Will you try it?
There are all kinds of masks that bring about different effects in Majora's Mask. Outside of their normal uses, wearing them while talking to various NPCs will bring out different dialogue you wouldn't normally get. The Great Fairy Mask is used to find lost fairies inside of dungeons. But if you wear it while talking to the swordsman inside his Clocktown dojo, he'll make his sensual thoughts known. He'll claim its beauty is too distracting for him to teach you and request you leave it at home. Or, emphasis on the ellipsis, you can leave it with him.
Or I could keep it for you. Hey, yo.
Something tells us whatever he plans to do would require the mask be thoroughly washed.
Yup.
The PP Bridge. Super Mario 3D World. Mario is
Dick
no stranger
Bridge!
to hidden adult jokes or references, and this one stares
There's
you
a
straight
Dick
in the
Bridge!
face. Bowser's Castle in World 4 is, for the most part, what you expect. Lots of fire, lava, and traps. However, at the very beginning, there are two giant P buttons next to each other that players must press down to lower a bridge, leading to a star on a platform in the lava. The switches, the bridge, and the platform unmistakably look like male genitalia. While younger players might not notice it, more mature players started calling it the PP Bridge. Or does that make us immature? The Unstoppable March of Time. Pokemon Sun and Moon. And now for something completely different. At a certain point in Sun and Moon, players meet Kagatora, an older man who used to be a Pokemon trainer. Life got in the way of his dreams, and his regrets over never being able to defeat a group of Evolution trainers leads to you tracking them down. Every single one of them deals with the theme of time, the passage of it, lost dreams, whether you hold regrets or accept your lot in life. One of them is even dead. When you're a kid or even a young adult, these things likely go over your head. But revisiting them as you grow older, it hits a lot harder. What will we regret when we reach Kagetora's age? Are we all just hurling towards the grave, bound to die, thinking of what could have been? Easing your pain. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Alright, enough of the existential dread. Let's get back to the sex
Link got his dick sucked?
jokes. Throughout Zelda 2, Link can find towns that serve as safe havens from the army of monsters trying to slay him. In most of them, he'll find a healing lady, a woman in a red dress. If you're low on health, she'll take you inside her home and refill it. And notably, it doesn't show her process. This, along with her sometimes saying, "stop by for a while," and being as attractive as an NES NPC can be, led to a lot of older fans joking that she's reviving Link's stamina in a sexual manner. It probably wasn't Nintendo's intention, but it's still a running joke among fans.
Hey, man.
Zero Suit Snake, Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
Mei Ling, Samus took her clothes off.
That's just her in the Zero Suit, Snake.
If players perform one of Snake's
Wait,
taunts
how
on
old
his
is Link
stage,
and how
Shadow
old is
Moses
the woman?
Island, they'll initiate a codec conversation with one of his team members from the Metal Gear Solid series. These are fun
Snake
little
was horny,
Easter
can't
eggs where
blame him.
Snake is informed
It's Zero
about
Suit
whichever
Samus.
character he's fighting. But the
And
one
she
for
looked good.
Zero Suit
Yo,
Samus
Zero Suit Samus
is,
looked good as
well,
hell in Smash
risque.
4, bro.
Snake is surprised that Samus took all of her clothes off. With her enhanced agility, he thinks of removing his own heavy gear so he can catch her. His ally, Mei Ling, advises against it since Samus's enhanced DNA would make it hard for any normal human to keep up. To which Snake replies, ... her loss.
I don't think a normal human could ever keep up. Just look at her.
Her loss.
The connotations of physical and sexual violence don't exactly paint him in a good light. Coco's origin. Animal Crossing
R.I.P.
series.
Coco.
There's obviously a ton of villagers in the Animal Crossing series. By far the creepiest is Coco. But you'd only know just how creepy if you looked into it. She's modeled after gyroids, themselves based on Haniwa statues, which were first crafted during Japan's Yayoi period.
Yayoi.
These ritualistic figurines were buried with the dead, and some have theorized that they were meant to house the spirits of the deceased, which has led players to theorize that Coco is the very same. She too appears made of stone
my
and
God.
has empty eyes. Is she a spirit bringing life to an
That's
empty
a creepy
shell?
ass.
Probably not.
What happened
but it's
in
still
there?
an unsettling thought that most kids
There's so much
wouldn't
dead
think about.
creatures.
The Rude Inkling, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Mario Kart 8 added several guest characters from other Nintendo IPs, including the Inklings from Splatoon.
The Inklings are rude?
Originally, when the Inkling girl would pass or hit other racers, she would raise her fist and grab her bicep.
I like that. That's why I like using them.
Nintendo likely meant for this to be a simple taunt, but to certain people, this is a pretty rude gesture that essentially means up yours. It's obviously something most kids wouldn't pick up
They took
on.
it out?
Once Nintendo found out about it, they altered the gesture via a patch, with the Inkling simply raising her fist, but not grabbing her bicep. Candy Kong's services. Donkey Kong.
Oh, Nintendo, y'all bunch of pussies, bro. Are you kidding me? This was too much? Come on, bro. Nintendo should have put a patch out there, and then when she passed someone, she turns around and she hit him with two of these. Imagine an Inkling hitting a fucking... Dude, like... But it's just like, come on, bro. Like, this gesture... Yeah, come on, bro.
64. It would be hard for anyone...
I can't lie. When I was young, and I saw Candy Kong for the first time, I wanted to fuck the absolute shit out of her.
Not to notice how sensual Candy Kong is in Donkey Kong 64.
I'ma keep it a stack.
No matter their age.
I'ma keep it
Her
a
curvy
stack.
figure and the smooth jazz that
I
plays
wanted
around her
to
are
fuck.
hard to ignore. But there are certain elements that would go missed by younger players, mostly her suggestive dialogue.
I remember her dialogue said, "Stand a little closer, donkey, and I'll show you how to use your instrument." I'm like, you about to show me how to use what?
Gives each Kong a musical instrument which can be used for different effects across levels. But when you visit her, she tells you to relax so she can make you feel good, and tells you to stand closer so she can show you how to use your instrument. Flirty is one thing, but this is some of the most sexually charged writing in any Nintendo game.
You have all the latest stuff from me. Come see me later, okay?
Toadstool's mysterious item. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. One of the most well-known dirty jokes in the Mushroom Kingdom can be found in Super Mario RPG. At the castle, Mario can search around Peach's room. When clicking between the blue chair and the fireplace, a dialogue box will pop up stating, "Found toadstools, ? Though it never shows what the item is, it's insinuated to be something sexual. The question marks and the fact that either Grandma or Peach herself will scold you for snooping around make that pretty clear. Hey, a lady has needs.
But behind the chair?
Doc,
you could have had that under your bed. Right, like if it's a dildo or some wild shit, you could have had it under your bed. Why you got it all the way off to the side and behind the chair? She do it with an audience. Hey, yo.
Dr. Shrunk's toxic relationship. Animal Crossing City Folk. Introduced in Wild World, Dr. Shrunk is a stand-up comedian whose shows can teach players different emotes. In City Folk, however, one of his bits makes it clear that he's in a toxic relationship.
Aww.
He talks about his wife, claiming she used to be the sweetest girl, before going into how much she criticizes him and makes him feel really small.
Aww.
But he then claims that's what he loves about her.
Really knows how to make me feel small. I gotta admit, that's what I love
Sorry
about
to
my
tell you
wife.
this, Doc, but I don't think your wife has your best interests at
Yeah,
heart.
true.
As a kid, you'd probably just laugh this off. As an adult, it's something some of us can sadly relate to. A suggestive design. Kirby's Dream Land 2. Kirby is one of Nintendo's most squeaky clean franchises, but even it isn't exempt from an adult joke. At a certain point in Stage 5 of the Red Canyon world, players will come across a vertical section they descend, featuring star blocks as platforms. The layout of these blocks, although simple, is extremely suggestive. A smiley face on top, breasts followed after, and a crotch at the bottom. It's only really noticeable if you look at it from afar, but it's clearly meant to be a crude representation of a nude woman. We're unsure why someone at
I'm like,
Nintendo
I didn't
or
know.
HAL Laboratory put this in. Marina the Creep, Splatoon 2. Splatoon has quickly become one of...
Son, you already know, son. Shout out to Pearl, Marina,
Nintendo's oddest franchises, and for multiple reasons. One of the biggest is Marina from Splatoon 2. A lot of her dialogue could be qualified as questionable, but the most blatantly sexual comes while she's on the topic of invisibility. She states, quote, "With invisibility, you could spy on people while they're ... inking their splat zone."
Nah,
The
come on,
ellipsis
Marina,
makes it
you want to
clear this
spy
is
on
a
me?
joke, and she's clearly talking about spying on people while they're issuing a little self-love. That's pretty explicit by Nintendo standards, and we're honestly surprised the line made it in. Steve's Meat.
Damn, look at that schmeat.
The inclusion of Steve in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate brought a lot of surprises, including one of his victory screens. During one of them, he'd chow down on a stick of meat before posing with it in his hand. But the positioning and pose Nintendo chose sent the wrong message.
Meat!
Yeah, holding a long, cylindrical piece of meat by his crotch, you can understand how a lot of people reacted. Or at least how adults reacted. Of course, in the era of being able to patch anything out, it wasn't long before Nintendo altered it. Tingle's Reward. Freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Although it didn't release in North America, Japanese and European players got to experience a very weird Zelda spin-off on the DS starring Tingle.
Tingle.
At a certain point, you rescue a companion
They say they
character
circumcised
as a
my boy?
suggestively animated woman named Pinkle. Once you
Who
do,
the
she
hell?
gives Tingle a reward. Tingle's balloon blows up, hiding what the reward is, but since hearts fill the screen and Tingle starts moaning uncontrollably, you can guess it's something sexual in nature.
Damn.
Maybe the minds of more innocent players would think a kiss or two, but with how Tingle sounds, it has to be something
Hell
more than
yeah,
that.
man. He was like he was hitting some vocals.
Vacation Juice. Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. As is the case with most mobile spin-offs, Nintendo introduced different items
Man,
across the
Pocket
lifespan
Camp.
of Animal
I spent
Crossing
some
Pocket
money on
Camp.
this game, bro.
In 2019, it added Vacation Juice, which every adult will know as code for an alcoholic drink. Even better, fans quickly began sharing videos of Isabelle drinking Vacation Juice and drunkenly dancing around. Ever since her debut, she's been characterized as a workaholic, and it's perfectly natural for her to want to let off some steam by getting a little tipsy. Still, not something the younger player base would notice.
Let her enjoy her vacation juice.
A different kind of business. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. It's a running joke across the
Ooh.
Zelda series that everyone wants a piece
I
of
hate
Link.
the horse
And according
race.
to one NPC in Ocarina of Time, Link isn't taking
Evil
full advantage
Luigi.
of his natural beauty. When you meet the Poe Collector, he states, quote, "If I looked as good as you, I could run a different kind of business."
Hey.
Followed by some creepy laughter.
Yo.
Younger players probably wouldn't think anything of it, but older ones would notice he's suggesting Link should become a prostitute. That's not to mention the uncomfortable age gap between the two. An older man commenting on Link's looks, who's canonically around 17 here, is pretty creepy. Jolly Roger's Tavern, Banjo-Tooie. Although less of a Nintendo game than everything else on this list, Banjo-Tooie was still
Look how
published
creepy
by
these
Nintendo at
mines
release.
are.
Both it
They got
and
teeth.
its predecessor have plenty of adult jokes and references that younger players might not pick up on. But one of the most interesting is the tavern in the Jolly Roger's Lagoon level. This is clearly meant to be a gay bar. It's known for its grab a sailor nights and for serving tankards of Seaman's brew. You can also see on its menu
Seaman's
that it serves
Brew.
salty dumplings, a toad in the hole, and something called the Seaman's Surprise. As
Hey,
is,
yo,
the tavern's references and
Seaman's
the flamboyance
Surprise?
of its proprietor completely went over our heads. Raising the age rating. Paper Mario Color Splash. In Color Splash, Mario is eventually captured and thrown into prison by a Sniffet, prompting him to break out and try to escape. But when he's first thrown in jail, the Sniffet breaks the fourth wall by stating there's not much more he could do to Mario without raising the game's age rating. Younger players might just assume this means violence. But as adults, perhaps having heard about what horrible things can happen in prison, your imagination goes to darker places. Does the Sniffet mean murder? Torture? We'll never know.
Put it-
But given all these things
I don't
can
know,
happen
bro.
in real-world prisons, it's an unsettling thought.
There's no way out of the cell.
The Lonely Arrow Girl. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Going back to every girl wanting to jump Link's bones, we have Rolla in Breath of the Wild. She runs a store in Kakariko Village where Link can buy some arrows. But she also gives him a side quest that involves lighting torches near the village's goddess statue using fire arrows. She's clearly very attracted to men who can handle a bow, but it goes one step beyond that.
So have you figured out? Okay. All right.
Inside Impa's house, you'll find the Journal of Various Worries, where townsfolk have written down their troubles. One, from Rolla, signed as the Lonely Arrow Girl, speaks of watching Link, hoping he comes by to knock an arrow for her because it's been way too long.
What?
Kids might not pick up on it, but we know that
I hope he comes by and knocks an arrow for me. It's been way too long. Oh my god. Yo, way with the capital W-A-A-A. Why you added an extra 2 A's? Bro, she want that. Yo, she wanted the whole combo, bruh.
Too long. Kids might not pick up on it, but we know that knocking an arrow for a lonely woman clearly isn't talking about archery.
It really was something to see, in fact. Whoa.
The Vibe Scepter.
What?
Super Princess-
She wrote that in the shit, and she said, if only my husband hadn't become obsessed with cuckoos and had kept up with his archery skills. So she fantasizing about me knocking an arrow? So her husband giving her nothing?
The Vibe Scepter. Super Princess.
Wait, why is she talking about cuckoos? Her husband's a cuck. Cuckoos. Nah, I'm looking too into it. Hold on, man. I'm looking too into it.
That's Peach. In this spin-off, Bowser steals an item called the Vibe Scepter, which can alter anyone's emotions. Although it has a somewhat phallic design and Vibe Scepter sounds like a magical name for a vibrator, our minds are probably just in the gutter. But then comes the ending.
How did you feel about the last adventure?
After Peach defeats Bowser, the Vibe Scepter becomes lost. The ending text goes on to address you, the player, and notes that your father has been angry lately while your mother has been happily laughing a lot, suggesting the Vibe Scepter is in your house. Nintendo was obviously trying to be playful, but to us, it sounds like your dad is mad he isn't getting any, while your mom found pleasure with the Vibe Scepter.
She's using a vibrator.
Do you know of any other adult themes or jokes?
She's using a vibrator. She's using a vibrator. I can't believe she's using a vibrator. Man, she flicking the bean, bruh. I can't believe there's been 2 solo Peach games. You said I see hoodwinked? Hell no, that girl's face, look at it. That's bedroom eyes. Hoodwinked? She giving bedroom eyes, bro. Get out of here, bro. I see Midna. I'm surprised Earthbound wasn't on the list. Damn, bro. He said, please stop buying Nintendo games. And damn, 108K views, but the video's an hour long? Nah, there's no way. He said Hoodwink 2? Damn. He said Extreme Hide and Seek Tag?
Of the Natiba invasion.
Shit. Is it 20 most stressful moments in Zelda games? GoldenEye? This thing got mad content. 25 things you didn't know about the PS2. Cap. I know everything about the PS2. I know that it's strong. I know that it's slim. Bro, this is a video making machine. Look how many videos they come out with so frequently. Holy shit. Man, at least it's not AI slop. Joshy Washy, don't say that.
Welcome to Mojo Plays, and today we're taking a look at 10 games where playing on easy mode is actually ruining the entire video game for you.
Yes.
Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
Before we begin, we publish new videos all
God.
week long, so be sure to subscribe to Mojo Plays.
Guess we binge and watch Mojo. Hey, bruh.
Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening. We can understand why somebody wouldn't want to obliterate themselves with DMC3's higher difficulties. This truly is a challenging game with its complex combos and tight input windows for said combos.
It is,
but learning
bro.
the game is what makes it so much fun. Bump it down to easy, and DMC3 becomes a brain-dead action game where you just mash a button and you learn nothing.
True. That's true.
I hope you all have enough to cover all this.
You'll perform the most powerful combos by pressing a single button while laying waste to enemies that are already nerfed to hell with comically low health. Yeah, the impatient gamer might want to stay away from DMC if they don't want to stoop to easy mode.
Oh, I hated fighting those things.
Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
Bro, once I learned how to parry in this game got so fun, bro.
Much like DMC3, part of the fun with Metal Gear Rising is learning the game, learning the enemies, and looking like a total badass at overcoming the hurdles. Is it going to be a cakewalk? No, but once you grasp the mechanics, it is one of the most fun games you could ever play.
Yo, it's so fun, dude. Yo, cutting them up to ribbons was so dope.
If you're just wanting a power fantasy, then sure, go ahead and play on easy. However, you're likely gonna get bored super quickly. Rising's easy mode makes parrying so forgiving that fights will seem completely unfair and bosses will become an utter joke. At that point, you're not playing Metal Gear Rising, you're just playing a basic hack and slash with nothing special going on.
Rules of nature.
Vampire.
Oh my gosh.
Vampire is an interesting case because it has a really unique XP system that ties in with the whole vampire theme. At the start of the game, you're given minimal abilities, mostly consisting of basic attacks and defensive maneuvers.
You said this game I love, you like
might have,
Vampire?
A vampire power here and there. But if you choose to absorb the blood of certain characters, you are given more XP, which can unlock more powerful abilities early on. However, the number of people you prey upon will affect the ending you get, thus forcing the player to make moral choices. Do you deal with tough fights for the good of humanity, or slaughter dozens to become unstoppable? Well, you won't have to choose when playing on easy, as combat becomes so one-sided that you won't have to ever worry about additional powers to exploit. At least it makes getting the good ending less of a headache, we suppose.
Oh my gosh. You know how scary that is if this guy was
Brothers
flying?
Wonder.
Ooh, man, I wanted to play this game so bad.
In the case of Super Mario Bros. Wonder, the existence of an easy mode does not necessarily ruin the game. No matter what, this is one of the most fun Mario games you could ever play. The thing is that the way easy mode is incorporated into the game is what can ruin the experience for some people.
Yoshi sounds so cute, bro.
Basically, if you play as Nabbit or any of the different colored Yoshis, you remove some of the challenge from the game. You will only suffer knockback and lose a life from falling into pits.
Wait,
yes,
what?
This might be good for the younger players, but as a wise
I didn't know this. So Yoshi and Nabbit is easy mode?
This man once said, get good. Also, let me play as Yoshis and retain the difficulty, please.
Yes.
Come on.
Oh, that's ass. I thought the Yoshis were like a free character you could choose. I didn't think it was
Persona 5.
Go down.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Nah, bro. You gotta get it right. It's Royal. Persona 5 Royal if you put it on easy difficulty. Bro, Persona 5 Royal, if you put that shit on normal difficulty, it's a fucking cakewalk. Normal difficulty? Cakewalk.
The beauty behind games like Persona is coming up with the perfect stock. Load up on different types of Personas, create powerful builds, eventually suffer from oppressive bosses like Okumura. It's a ton of fun.
It's almost scary how good I am. It's almost scary how good I am.
But
Bro,
when you
the
choose
sauce.
to put on
This game
safe
is
difficulty,
saucy,
what
bro.
What are you doing, man?
Look at those
How do you
menus.
expect to learn the game and improve yourself when you're steamrolling over every group of enemies you come across? You can even do that on normal difficulty. We can kind of get playing on safe if you're just there for the visual novel aspects, but even then, why not just play visual novels then, instead of ignoring a whole half of a 100-hour game?
Damn it. I don't have much health left. Nice job, Panther. Great, we took them all out.
Twisted Metal 2.
What? Games like Twisted Metal, I feel like people want this game to get revived, but I feel like it will not do well if this game revives. Didn't they do a revival of this game? I feel like games like this only survived back in the day because you had like your friends to actually play with, but trying to revive games like this makes no sense.
Compared to the rest of the list where easy modes destroy the fundamentals of various games, Twisted Metal 2 handles its lower difficulty rather differently and shames you for using it. At first, your campaign will start normally with Hollywood, followed by Moscow, Paris, and Amazonia.
Damn.
But once you've defeated the mid-boss, Minion, you'll be greeted with a very special message that reads, quote, "Stop. No losers allowed beyond this point. You must switch to medium or hard to continue," end quote.
Really?
You will then be booted back to the main menu.
No way.
All of what little effort you exerted has now gone to waste. Perhaps this message ruined the game for some, but hey, Twisted Metal has never been a super easy series to play. So
that's crazy.
Turn the key or get out of the car, bub.
Just blowing each other up.
Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
This game looks so nice, bro.
Much like Super Mario Bros. Wonder, we can understand why, say, a kid might want to play on a low difficulty for Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. This is an adventure game starring furry space creatures. But for the older player, the easy settings are actually robbing you of what makes Rift Apart so much fun.
Bro, I think I played this shit on the hardest difficulty. This shit was hard, bro.
Ratchet and Clank games had.
They were beaming me.
His defenses are weakening.
By making fights a breeze, you're really missing out on what made
You
this
said it was
series
easy,
legendary
Dylan.
to begin with. It's like wanting a 100-piece puzzle to come in just 4 pieces instead.
You think a crushing defeat is all it takes to stop me? I mean, yes.
Silent Hill F.
Oh my god, we're already talking about Silent Hill F? Oh, what is that?
We'll take a break from the whole "you should play this way" shtick for just a second,
Oh
because Silent
my
Hill F
God.
really does have a difficulty problem.
We getting
okay?
spoiled?
When
All right,
starting-
all right. We getting spoiled. We getting spoiled. Somebody in the chat said we getting spoiled. All right, I'm out. Just for you, I'm out. Yo, the Toad death scream is my favorite.
Art series. There is an unspoken rule among most Mario Kart fans when it comes to difficulty. Go to any house party or social gathering where there is Mario Kart, and you will find that nobody is playing on anything below 150cc.
Yup.
Rarely will you ever find people playing at even 100cc.
Yup.
So why does nobody play 50cc? Well,
because
it's because it's slow as
bro,
hell.
it's excruciatingly slow, bro.
Oh.
Like bad.
At that speed, races take forever, drifts aren't as satisfying to pull off, and you can easily bully the AI to where it's no longer fun. You need to embrace the chaos. That's the beauty of Mario Kart.
Yup, you need to play on 200cc. Oh, Kamek is too spooky.
And lastly, the Doom series.
Yo, boom.
Look, everybody has their limits when it comes to Doom, alright? Whether you're playing the 1993 classic or the new games directed by Hugo Martin, most fans are in agreement that the games are best played on ultra-violence, maybe Hurt Me Plenty in some games.
Ultra-violence? What difficulty level is that?
We're forgiving to those who may be new to FPS and boomer shooter games and choose, hey, not too rough difficulty, but to choose I'm too young to die, brother, you're not playing Doom anymore. You're playing a shooting gallery, and that's all it is. It's not fun.
Glory
You're
kills
just
the
playing
hardest?
The world's dullest shooting gallery. Bump up the difficulty, please.
Hell no, bro. This game is hard.
Is
That
there a
game
game
is
you feel others are
hard,
robbing-
bro. On my soul is hard. Shit, chat. I ain't gonna lie. Time for us to end stream. Nice, calm 12-hour stream today. Damn. Calm 12 hours. You said end what? Bro, we played so much Silksong today. We played from what? Like how many hours? 6? We chill stream for 6? He said, bro didn't even check his PSN. You want me to still check the PSN for the essential shit? I want to show you this since it's from former Nikkei artists. Ew. Let me see this. Did I see
The
this?
recently discovered black matter is reshaping our future. It stores and releases immense energy.
3 weeks ago?
Storage. Plus, its mimicking properties have led to AI robots and prosthetics in every industry, sparking a second renaissance.
그러나 우리의 시대는 종막을 향해 달려가고 있었다.
Is this another gacha?
서로 죽고 죽이기를 반복하는 어리석은 인류를 심판하려는데 그것들은 갑자기 도래했다.
Oh my god. Oh, what the frick are those? Bro, they got red-haired waifus. submarine. Ooh, what is this little combat style? Combat style looks cool. I want to see more of it. Oh, are those the bursts? The bursts look nice. If those are the burst animations, they look kind of nice. Damn, she got shot the hell up.
괜찮아. 다 잘 될 거야.
Yo, that microphone she using, she sound like she talking right in my fucking ear, bruh. Like that microphone they were using was mad high quality. What the fuck? Gates of Gates. Kevin Gates. That Kevin Gates. Why Little Big Planet died? I don't want to see that shit, bro. Get that shit off my face. Get that shit off my face. You ain't ever touching this. Let's be real. You got Nikkei. Yo, Kura once again hating, bro. Once again hating, bro. Yo, let me fantasize. Let me fantasize of this backlog that I'll never touch. Is there going to be a stream tomorrow? Maybe. I don't know. Is this gonna have a point and click gameplay too? What you trying to say, Klaus? What you trying to say? What you trying to say, man? Trails? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I see London. I see France. I see your dusty underpants. Hold on. Yo, wait. I thought Night Rain was on sale. That's a fucking lie. It's $40. Yo, I don't know what anime girl is this, but look at them titties. What kind of fucking game is this? Bro, what kind of game is this? This a hentai game, isn't it? Oh, this, oh my god. This is a hentai game. Oh, this is a hentai game. They got some big ass titties in this game. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Look, that cover art is crazy. Look at the gelatinous nature of them shits. New Genesis.
Link Half-Life 3 imminent. Half-Life 3 coming. Half-Life 3 imminent.
Yo, Half-Life 3 imminent. Half-Life 3 coming.
Everything that I've read, praise the Lord.
Half-Life 3?
I know I won't forget all he's done. He's the strength in this race that I run.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I will not be watching any more Half-Life content. Why? Because I haven't even played the first one. So these are a bunch of no context memes to me. I don't understand any of the jokes. I will not laugh to any of the jokes. Have I played Half-Life? I have not. No more. No more. Wait, what's this? New Genesis? You see that cover art? Wait a minute, sexy robot with guns?
All systems green. Commence battle.
Yo, look at that giant world. Come on, controller. How my battery already low, bruh? How my battery already low, bruh? Oh my god, I remember this game. That's the face no one could ever forget. Yo, Resident Evil, bro, is that Leon? This art is tough. This art is tough. Claire. Look at Chris in the middle. That's just tough. Chat, tell me now. This is the AI game. This is an AI game, chat. On my soul, this is an AI game. Oh my god, bro. Yo, this is an AI game. Just announced. Hell no. Just announced Favela on the Roll. What kind of fuck ass game is this? Fuck no. Hell no. That shit better be free. Hell Reaper. Alright, at least there's gameplay to it. Oh, this should look mad detailed now. What the fuck? Oh, this should look crispy, actually. Oh, no, this should look tough. Yeah, this should look tough, actually. Yet another zombie survivor. Yo, these are so fun to play cooperatively, bro. When you playing co-op with a friend, these kind of games, this shit is freaking fun. You got no friends. Thank you, Capri. This shit is Animal Crossing. What the fuck?
Link.
Oh my god, bro. I swear, Tainted. If I see Tainted, I'ma click this link. If I see Half-Life. If I see Half-Life. Thank you, Tainted. Anime Yokai Hunters. Shut the fuck up. The game ain't gonna look like this. The game ain't gonna look like this. You must be out your mind. Hell no. Oh my god, my controller died. These look like two completely different games. What the fuck is this? This and this? What is this? This is Genshin. This is AI. Look at his fingers.
Where winds meet stream when
this
let's
AI
cultivate together link.
Bro, look at his fingers. Look at his fingers on the sword.
Brother, get that controller charged, bro. Shit dying and reviving itself each second, kek.
I got it. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Huge Lucky Noah. Thank you, Oddity. Look at this guy in the red. Look at his fingers on the hilt. He got 3 fingers on it. He got 3 fingers, not 4. He got 3. Wow. This is AI slop. Camp Life Simulator. Delusion out of space. Hell no. Hell no. Galaxy Chronicles. Oh, that double jump is fucking ass. Oh, hell no. It looked like Paper Mario. Fighting 3D stuff. 2027, god damn. Home design sim? AI man? Handyman simulator? No way. This gotta be the same person publishing all this shit. It gotta be.
You know what isn't crazy? Things that are made by AI. Just like this. Link.
I'm gonna click it. And if I click this and I see Half-Life 3 on my mama, this stream gonna end.
Can never radio ask cause you don't allow raids Lamau. I hope you're doing well, hermano.
Yo, what's up, Fern? How you doing, baby? Damn, bro. I appreciate you. I was just about to end stream right now because I feel like Tainted already sent me. Yo, Tainted right now? Nah.
Get ready for that stream offline, chat.
Yep, get ready for that stream offline. I'm gonna click Tainted's. I'm gonna click Tainted's link right now. Thank you, Fernova. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Tainted. Let me see. What's this link? I clicked it. Yo, thank you guys. Y'all trying to hype me back up? Hell no, bro. I've been streaming for 12 hours. I'm over here like, hell no. Y'all about to keep me on this shit, bro. Hell nah. It is late as hell. It's late as hell. Chat. If anything, I'll sleep, wake up tomorrow, and I'll probably do another stream. Tomorrow's not going to be like hella long like today. It might be like probably maybe like 4 or 5 hours. But we chilling.
You went to 4 AM on Rec Room last time. What's stopping you, Smiletro?
Bro, what? Tainted with
Link.
500 bits? Oh my god, huge lucky Noah. Thank you, bro. What the fuck is this? It's almost time, chat. Chat, it's almost time. Half-Life 3 time. It's almost here. Bro, you think that I'm joking? It's almost time. It's Half-Life time. Hey, man, it's been approximately so many years. Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2. It's almost time. Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3. It's almost about that time. It's 12:20. You know what time it is. It's Half-Life time. You got me going crazy. Yeah, got me going crazy talking about his Half-Life time. Thank you, Tainted, for the 500 biddies on top of the other 100 biddies that you gave me before, man. I appreciate it. Why they got see Buki moving like that. She said, yo, nah, but I'm not gonna lie. That's so good. That's how she would move, though. Nah, I fuck with it. Mad expressive. Nah, I fuck with that. I think that shit looks dope, bro. They make the characters look way more expressive. Holy shit. That looks so fucking funny. Hold on. Yo. It says not playable right now. See? You telling me to download the fucking demo and it's not playable right now.
Bro, what is this event?
Nah, this shit look dumb as fuck. I'm sorry.
Bro, what is this Avengers Endgame?
What is Squid Game doing here? What is Squid Game doing here? What is Squid Game? What is Playboy Cody doing here, bro? You niggas don't have to wait that shit.
Party is here to save us. He's the strongest one here.
Like, yo, what is this, bro? Why is Squid Game here?
Go, guys! We are Fortnite! We are
Fortnite! That shit sounds, and you know what? As long as they're having fun. As long as they're having fun, chat. You said waiting for the Power Rangers to appear. We are Fortnite. Chat, I'm stalling. We gotta go. We gotta go. See ya. Hope you guys have a great night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Till next time.
Would you ever play Half-Life 1 and 2? Or the other Valve games? Ever? Anyways. Link.
Why do we? I don't even know what to say anymore. Why do you guys keep bringing this video back? Bro, keep this shit in like 2010. Oh my god, bro, man. Yeah, man. Rios is you, Electric, Fabrinsky, Zero, Astar, it's all of y'all.
Y'all, and it's one fucking person, you bum.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Here. Y'all getting blasted with that. Chat, have a good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Tomorrow, again. We out. Alright? We sleep. We relax. Hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving. Alright? Nikke time right now. Oh yeah, I gotta play Nikke. I gotta get that story with this girl out of here.
Start putting them Christmas decorations up as well, Smile Tro.
You spooking me out. Thank you, Huge Lucky Noah. No, man. That event is gonna connect with the what? With the next one, by the way. Which event? I got sick on Thanksgiving. I'm sorry to hear that. This one connects to the next winter event? Oh, no way. I'm not gonna lie, I skipped this shit with Solene. You telling me I'm gonna have to read this whole Solene shit?
Damn, this bitch trying to trip me like hell no. I don't even know how to tell y'all. Honestly, I hope this bitch go to hell, y'all. I was trying to get my little rocks off. Turns out this bitch trying to have us a cock off. Damn, that shit really scarred me for life. And y'all want to know how the story go, right? Oh God. Spent 22 grand on a hooker, brought her home, and that bitch had a dick.
Y'all play too much, bro. What? Fabrinsky says if you start stalling trails at the literal last chapter, I'm gonna empty your bank account and make sure you don't butt another Nikke skin or game ever again, you motherfucker. Alright, I'll make sure, alright? Then the New Year Nikke event will be connected to the recent story chapters. You have about 2 weeks before you are spoiled. Fuck. Beat it on stream tonight. Let him finish. Fuck. We're gonna have to play. We got like 1 chapter left. We're gonna have to catch up tomorrow then. We're gonna try to catch up tomorrow. Have a good night, chat. Bye.